I did hear to get to the legislations first, but I'm concerned in terms of the amount of money that's being requested. If we could get the update from the controller in terms of the report, or if there's a written report, I could read that while we're discussing the legislation. I think that would be helpful. And there's also UUFB request. So that would also be helpful in terms of how we move forward with our budget. So that would be my only clarification that I would need from the motioning parties. Last agenda we did, and I second the motion. So I think we're absolutely in order, and it depends on the committee to move to the legislations first. It just took us, there was questions asked that could have been answered from the reports. And so that kind of duplicates or doesn't provide us the information that we need while hearing from the legislation, their sponsors, and their agents. So thank you, Chairman Henio. That would be my request from the motioning party. Thank you.
For your questions and requests for clarification. Delegate Jimmy here. Response for request for clarification.
Good morning. I'd like to stick with the legislation. Everything is important. Legislation is important too. Last time that legislation has not been done, they're trying to leave early. So I'd like to stick with it. My motion to legislation first. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman.
Regarding the request from the controller, Peggy, do you have any information regarding a written report that the controller might be able to give to the Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Henio, I just sent out the controller's report. I think the committee hasn't gone to the reports yet. We're still at adopting the agenda. But I did send out the report just a few minutes ago for this, and I'm kind of confused. Who made the motion and who's holding the second? Because I heard 2 seconds.
You mean on amendment number 2?
Yes.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare has the motion, is the motioning party. Second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
With this clarification that we did, according to Peggy, the controller's report had been sent out to the committee this morning, so we should be able to access it through our email. On amendment number 2, any further questions, comments?
Chair, this is Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'm calling in, so good morning.
Good morning, Shananda. We are on the agenda. Amendment number 2, made by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. The AA is to hear the legislations first, and then after that, go to reports. Amendment number 2 is before the committee. So is there any further questions, comments on amendment number 2?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Delegate Amber Canessa Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. So I did receive the written report. It looks like the Office of the Controller's report is focused on the hardship checks. So I'm not sure if the motioning party, Delegate Yellowhair, was aware of the focus of the controllers, but we did receive a lot of feedback and continue to receive feedback from the hardship. So I understand we need to go to to try to do legislations first, but I feel, I would say at this point, the time is of essence when it comes to the hardship checks. and we need to understand what funding will be needed. And there's so many delegates on the line that I just think it would be beneficial to hear the reports first. So I understand the rationale, but at this point, I cannot support the motion. Thank you, Chair Henning.
For your comments regarding the amendment number 2. With that, earlier, as Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair indicated, he's standing with his motion. So I will just go to a vote. Budget and Finance Committee. Is there any further questions, comments regarding amendment number 2? Ramona, if you would lead us in roll call votes.
Sure, Chairman Hingyo. Roll call vote for amendment number 2. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, Caroline, thank you, Ramona, for the roll call vote. Vote in favor, 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Chair not voting, motion carries. So we're back to the main motion. Any further questions, comments on the main motion?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with an amendment.
Shananta, you have the floor for your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We just, the committee members, we just received an email from our staff at 10:37 identifying that legislation 0089-22 approving and amending the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Police Department has been updated and needs to go before the Budget and Finance Committee. So, Chair, I'd like to make a motion to add that agenda to our, add that legislation to our agenda. Thank you.
For amendment number 3, legislation 0089-22 to be added to the new business agenda. Is there a second for amendment number 3?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and second for amendment number 3. Any questions, comments on amendment number 3 to add 0089-22 to the new business agenda? Ramona, if you would leave roll call vote, amendment number 3.
Sure, Chairman Hingyo. Roll call vote on amendment number 3. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Got it. This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Amendment number 3 carries. So with that, the Budget and Finance Committee. Back to the main motion. Any further questions, comments on the main motion? Okay, with that, then Peggy, second reading on the main motion. Then we'll call for a roll call vote.
Okay, second reading for the agenda for May 3, 2022. Amendment 1 is to remove legislation number 0075-22, which is item I from the agenda as requested by the sponsor. And then amendment 2 is that the first item of business will be 7, new business. And then amendment 3 is to add legislation number 0089-22. And that becomes item I. Chair Henio.
Okay, thank you for that second reading. Ramona, if you would list a roll call vote for accepting the agenda with 3 amendments.
Yes, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yeller votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman. Chairman, did you get the roll call vote? 5 in favor, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Ramona, for roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. We accepted our agenda for today's Budget and Finance Committee. So with that, moving forward, do we have next item on the agenda is journals. There's none. No, moving forward, next item on our agenda is new business legislation. So with that, I'm moving on our first legislation. Peggy, who's the sponsor? Legislation, first one.
The first sponsor, Chair, do you have a copy of the agenda? It is.
I am barely making my way in the steno, so I'll be opening my computer here pretty soon here. But I just need to know who's the sponsor first.
All right, it's legislation number 0040-22, and it's sponsored by Chair Ricky Inez.
Chairman Nez is on the line with us, so Peggy, if you read the legislation into the record for us, please.
Okay, legislation number 0040-22 was assigned to Resources and Development Fence, Health Education, Human Services Committee Fence, Law and Order Committee Fence, Budget and Finance Committee Fence, Navigatia Committee Fence, Navajo Nation Council. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022. Introduced by Rick Nez, prime sponsor, tracking number 0040-22, co-sponsored by Seth Damon. An act relating to resources and development, health, education, and human services, law and order, budget and finance, and the Navigatia committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the San Juan River Mitigation Fund, directing that monies received from Henry Gold King mine release in San Juan County, Colorado on August 5, 2015, number 1:18-MD-02824 DNM and underlying and related actions be deposited in the San Juan River Mitigation Fund after reimbursement of litigation costs. There are several reports for this legislation. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with one amendment. Amendment 1 on page 4, line 27, delete the words parentheses, which case was settled or partially settled, ? And that is supposed to be deleted language. To renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. And there's a vote tally sheet that's attached as well. Then the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has a due pass with no amendments with their vote tally sheet. The Tzedakon Chapter Government Resolution, the Northern Agency Council Resolution that's attached. Law and Order Committee has a due pass with no amendment with their vote tally sheet. Chair Henio.
Commissioner, thank you for the reading of the legislation. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Anderson, that's my Crotty motion. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Gay.
Delegate Elmer P. Gay second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. With this, Chairman, you have the floor to introduce your legislation to the Budget Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henio, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, staff as well. Recognizing the legislation numbers Chair Charles Newton has Ajido, Chair Crotty, as well as Honorable Charlene. So, the Kujabespas on the Glenergy chapters communities represent Iniki, Nave, the Benta Hahort Zocha, Colorado Hahort Zocha, Silverton Holgego, ARA, all of the nation Shim that El Kal, de Quatuta Hete It's not that large US EPA, though contractor in Lenigi. At the hot indicated August 5th, 2015, Hahata. It's not that Kosko Ades, it's Hogotuna. Shut Archer from Silverton. The plume went from Silverton to Durango, Farmington, Upper Fruitland, Ninanazar, Ado, San Juan, Hogback, Shiprock, Gutty Eye, Baclabato, Aneth back into Lake Powell. What are Totibik and Nike? Let's hook up at that Ladagibin in Navajo Nation, Yen, so US EPA. A Kodisa, Betan Hadit, Ahike, had 10 million Corona Hanalia. ADG peso que mitigation fund Olgego established it all in San Juan River mitigation fund. A kodi peso but ado ki yaha but anaja ko andata Asian yaha gatit ahe. After the funds have been subtracted for attorney's fees and other legal costs. Adoshin Ibn Nashin Etsiki Hot Abed on no Bakati Sabet and Hadit. I met with the San Juan River Farm Board and made some recommendations to them. They provided recommendations And each of these chapters, communities that were affected are supposed to come up with an inventory list of how they would like to use some of this funding. It's not a whole lot of money, but we can start with at least something like replacing head gates or repair some concrete work in some areas that need it. So San Juan River Farm Board Nihitnahas Ago, Pacada, or Sash Bedini. You have Sato Beadle, Sunday Nashol, just in the Bigia, Tidofo Council, but that needs so good day, qua amendment at all, Nate. What I based on here, Sato Bain Nihikat, or was that at all, Nate Bedini. So they are working on it, the farm board, and they should have a list prepared by when this legislation gets to in the Bigia and the full council. Ide hoteshan atida krosa betan hadit ahne data so siki to when sagoshe yahan question aro lehen the la yahati kro based to yat ehki betrako aden hitran to the nebke yahaki sato. But that gives the Tornare upper Fruitland, don't know how Farmington big a Northern Edge Casino big a intake valves on Chicago. Other to hard lenigi hush down the Nayan and they use that water for irrigation farmlands. And a lot of the crops were dried up and damaged, so the farmers hired their own separate attorneys. That is a separate litigation. So the Navajo Nation, and I'm not back to you, Honorable Chairman Henio. Also, Chairman Henio, my agents will be the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Take care,
Did you all hear me?
Chairman.
Okay.
And so that completes your presentation?
Yes.
Negotiations in the Budget and Finance Committee. There's a motion, a second. Is there any questions, comments regarding the presentation? Are there any questions, comments for Chairman News?
Good morning, Chair Henry. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members of the Navajo Nation and staff and all those that are listening on board. Otto Shache for this legislation 0040-22, Gold King Mine, and what took place on August 5th of 2015. My question is, looking at the legislation, it says that we'll establish a San Juan River mitigation fund as a depository for the litigation and settlement funds stemming from the numerous Gold King Mine litigations. The question is, where is the funding coming from in order to develop that mitigation? I agree with this legislation, and I support the fact that the water was, I don't support the fact that the water was polluted. I totally don't agree with what had happened during the Gold Mine King release in San Juan County in Colorado. And folks are utilizing that water for irrigation purposes. And in this fund, there's a criteria for expenditures from the fund. Would that also entail the expenditure funds to come through the budget and finance once this San Juan River Mitigation Fund has been established? And I know that DOJ is listening on board. And is this going to be coming from the Gold Mine King to establish the funding for that, or or is it going to be Navajo Nation itself going to be establishing a fund for that? I kind of heard your presentation, I should say. Sounds like there's attorney fees and other fees that will be involved in this. So it sounds like the Navajo Nation in itself, maybe I'm answering my own question. Sometimes I do that by going deeper into this. But just to be clarified, to be clear on this, it says shall be deposited to the general fund UUFB unless otherwise designated by the Navajo Nation Council under 12 NNC 820K, and that would be where I guess that's where the funds would be put in Shenandoah. That's my question at this point in time, but I have other questions. I think I'll give others to give a chance to ask some questions on this. So, Chair Henny.
Vice Chair Smith, for your questions. Are there any other further questions, comments, committee members? Then I defer back to you, Chairman Nez, response.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo, as well as Vice Chair Smith Kroniden, Kidiki, currently based on that establishing a mitigation fund in Navajo. Ado Khalidle, page 4 of 8, Nila, under J. In December 2016, the nation submitted an administrative claim to the U.S. EPA under the Federal Tort Claims Act, a prerequisite to suing the United States in tort in the amount of approximately $160 million. The damages that had happened to the irrigation and the Navajo Nation. If you go down to M, in January 2021, the nation announced that it had reached a settlement in the consolidated case with the defendant mining companies, Kinross Gold Corporation, Kinross Gold USA Incorporated, and Sunnyside Gold Corporation, a subsidiary of Canada Kinross Gold, in the amount of $10 million to resolve claims from the 2015 spill, which case was settled or partially settled because, again, there's a question mark. So, Kodo Department of Justice be a question that go, the mail so has not, has 20 the mail so Kohoeben Elsos and the Hostan just go at December 2016, Kahata. I don't know, January 2021, at the settlement as lane the article they get a agitoshi, what is got at Argo. You had 10 million, what don't ne? A could deep so you have mitigation fund established, after reimbursement of litigation costs. It's such a launch the mitigation funds established ben get the Sabet and Hadit Ahe. Aro aid established Eliado Shay Saho Bahas laid on the Ajnishigishi Archbitch and Nation Hodnato less aid. So thank you. Back to you, Chairman Henyo.
For response to that, Chairman is back to the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henyo, Vice Chair nodded.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Okay, Budget Finance Committee member, I don't care Henyo. No should say the Sanawit Ahe, General Bahwin, would he beat the Sogi? Under page 4 of 8 inch Tragi and the nation's lawsuit against the remaining defendants of the consolidated case, including the U.S. EPA and its contractors, who caused the spill remains ongoing. The U.S. EPA eto bendo sosot ainstra. Ako EPA I see no na kaina halo. Ako I see batiti katide. Ako what I'm gathering is 10 million onhate snil. January 2021, yes, it's that last year. $10 million onhate snil git other what ainstra. Ako and in parentheses it says which case was settled or partially settled because but we're suing the whole for the whole amount of 160 million without down J and EPA under the Federal Tort Claim Act. And I'm hoping that we do get that $160 million J for the spill again. No, this is again data should have under data we are the Twitch and real perco da dina. Just under my total we are they that's the cheat days out on them. Can hear a Hadashi Quinchina Hayada Dark Digital. They had a kid said so. They Twitch in Godo, I see the to the east one. It's all but he deconsole so. I call DDA I see I'm supportive of this. I call I think we're headed in the right direction. I call this is just the purpose of us establishing the funds. That's my question. Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, for your questions. With this, we do have Paul Spruhan on the line with Navajo Nation Department of Justice too, for as I believe can answer some of the legal questions. So with that, back to Shanada, Chairman Nez.
Yeah, Chairman Henio, Vice Chair Smith, Koro, Naiden, Kiriki, what a go on a cut and energy on Naden. John Hiddenade or either given in Nature Yahadi Koro, Ben El Chos, Navajo Nation Yen Sos, Ashata. A conde de company Gishan Honelt and Yetliscat a call which case was settled or partially settled. Nenigishin, if Department of Justice is on the call, perhaps they could expound on this, Chairman Henio.
Mr. Halsbruhead, are you still there with us?
Yes, Yat A, Mr. Chair, Chairman Nez, Vice Chair Smith, and other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm happy to give a general legal overview. I'm not sure how that particular statement ended up in the legislation, but to answer the general question, there was a lawsuit that the Navajo Nation filed against three sets of defendants: the mining companies, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and then the United States generally, both under CERCLA, which is the Superfund law, and the Federal Tort Claims Act, and then against the contractors who were working for US EPA at the time of the spill. So those are three general sets of defendants in one case. And then our case was then consolidated with the state of Utah and the state of New Mexico's case into one very large case that is currently pending in the Federal District Court of New Mexico. Now, as indicated by Chairman Nez and Vice Chairman Smith, there was a settlement with one of the three groups, that is with the mining companies, and that's the $10 million, which is sort of the startup funds that is being proposed to be put into this mitigation fund pursuant to the legislation. As the legislation also indicates, any further money that the nation gets either through settlement or through a court judgment against the United States and or the EPA contractors would also go into this fund. And so there are active discussions with the United States Department of Justice, who represents US EPA in the United States, and with the EPA Contractors Legal Counsel as to the possibility of also settling the nation's claims against them. Whether or not there will be a settlement, of course, is subject to different considerations. Clearly, Navajo DOJ and the attorneys that we are working with, the Houston Hennigan law firm, intend to do as much as we can to maximize the money returned to the nation for this tragic situation. And so right now, the 10 million is the startup from the settlement with the mining defendants. And then, of course, any money collected from the US and the EPA contractors related to this spill would also go into this fund. Thank you. Happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spruhan, for that update. Shinada Chairman Nez, do you still have another response?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. No, I don't have a response. I believe Mr. Spruhan did expound on it. Thank you.
Okay, for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henyo, Shinada Smith, Vice Chair.
Actually, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henyo, Budget Finance Committee members, and those that are listening on board. Earlier, when we were waiting for a quorum, I think I heard Telecommun chapter official kind of introduce herself. I'm glad that she's listening on board because this is important for them. Something like this happening in their area, Navajo Nation, is going to require 2/3 vote, and I'm sure we'll get the 2/3 vote. The question I'm asking is, in January of 2021, I know that Mr. Spoon had elaborated on it, but just for clarification, we're suing them for $160 million, and there's three. There's a contractor, there's EPA, and then there's that other company, Sunnyside Gold, I think, and Canada's Kinross, and they paid us $10 million. Is that subtracted off the $160 million that we're asking, or is that considered a separate payment? And the other question is, since there's three being sued, US EPA and the other two, is that a combination of $160 million for all three of them individually, or is that just collectively those three need to come up with $160 million and divide that up into three ways somehow to pay that? And then once we get that settlement, it may take some time. How long would this take to get a settlement? How long will this take for the lawsuit to happen? I know that this is probably in the stages of filing against the three that are listed in this legislation for the understanding of the chapters along the San Juan River that rely on the water for their, it's planting season now, and I'm sure they're out there cleaning their fields, and I'm sure they're getting prepared for planting, and then pretty soon, it'll be harvest time. So these, will it be more than 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Of course, any kind of civil settlement, is considered a civil settlement? It's a tort claim, and I know that Chair Menez said it's not the Navajo Nation's fault, and that we're downstream, and we seen that the color of that river. There was a picture of it. That river was totally contaminated. And the other question that kind of bugs me is when they build dams around these mining areas, and it starts to fill to capacity, and it was, I guess, breached, and they may have been letting this, trickle out in the river for over years and years and years. And Superfund was going to go up there and investigate it, and they said, "Oops, we spilt the milk." And there goes all that investigation for the years to back up and say, "Well, you guys have been polluting the river for X number of years, and this is what it's going to cost to clean up, and you guys were not in compliance with the environmental laws," and on and on. And they just so happened that the river breached, and now it's like, oops. That's a kind of I guess you could say police hunch that I have. I could be wrong, but I'm glad that the Navajo Nation's lawsuit against the remaining defendants is possibly a consolidated case. The U.S. EPA and its contractors who caused the spill remains ongoing. And are they still in operation? Do they have a dam? Have they made sure that that dam does not breach? Are they still, mining gold up there? Those things the nation needs to know about, and the people that are down the river stream need to be aware of that, because it may happen again. And is $160 million sufficient for what has happened? I mean, this is going to be ongoing. We don't know how long, how many years this water is going to be contaminated, and it's also water that's going to be sent down 471. I think that's the route through the chapters of Sanasti, and eventually down towards Nashchidi and Tuhatchee, and through Twin Lakes, and finally into Gallup. Those chapters will be utilizing that Gallup water project. There's millions of dollars that's being put into that. Is that going to be affected too? Is that also something that's been concerned? That's a concern of, because that they're tapping into the water that's in San Juan River. Those are my questions, Shenandoah. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair Henya.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for your questions. Defer back to Chairman Nez Shenandoah for your response.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, as well as Vice Chair Smith. Some of your questions all refer to the Department of Justice. But the one question that you asked, you have the dam gi kui thoda hadegi na ki ti thodo ya ki arsenic do lead do ha ishi bat kholoni ki basal khako e sa thogo thahin na aran hitan na ki ako ar has angi dam has anali ash khalait so toshna do nesta nani ki aso hoda di khato do danil ida. We have not taken a tour up there to look at it, see if it's been repaired. And perhaps that's a really good recommendation for us to go look at it. The delegates that represent these amenities along the river, as well as RDC, and the Biga, maybe that's something we need to do, and have a meeting through Department of Justice, set a meeting with EPA, and go visit that site. I understand when it happened, 23rd Council was allowed to go up there and look at it and see where it was located at. So, Chairman Henyo, I'll refer the other legal questions to Mr. Spruhan.
Mr. Chair, happy to answer the questions at your request.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chairman Smith, it is a civil case. Torts are civil, as well as the CERCLA damages claim. And so these are civil causes of action. Under federal law, to sue the United States, you have to go to federal court and sue in federal law. The $160 million, as indicated in paragraph J, of the preface to the legislation. That's what was asserted against the United States. And so the 10 million is from the mining company defendants is separate from that claim of 160 million. Then, of course, the money, if any, that we receive from the EPA contractors, which is not the United States, would also be separate. And that was based upon an assessment of the needs of the nation towards the future, plus tort damages as what is allowed under these federal causes of action. And so that's why the claim was made for that amount. Whether or not the nation will ultimately receive that full amount, 160 million, is of course dependent on various aspects of the litigation. Now, one of the downsides of litigation, as we have discussed in litigation updates and otherwise, it's very long, it's very tedious, it goes on and on because there are various defenses that the defendants can put forward, which we have to overcome. And so usually what happens in these situations when you're the plaintiff and you file a complaint, as many of you know, the defendants, including the United States Department of Justice, and we do this, of course, as Navajo DOJ, when the nation is sued as well, if it is appropriate to do so, will file pretrial motions on various things involving jurisdiction and sovereign immunity and such things. And it takes quite a while for the federal court to deal with those pretrial motions to getting the case moving forward. And particularly in the District Court of New Mexico, because its criminal docket is so large, civil cases tend to go on the back burner. And that's just sort of the nature of federal litigation, civil litigation, particularly in places like New Mexico, where you have Border and Major Crimes Act, Indian prosecutions, and immigration matters and drugs and such things. It's just the federal courts are very, very busy. And so getting around to making those decisions, whether or not to grant pretrial motions, may take quite a bit of time. And it's understandably frustrating. This bill was in 2015 and we are here in 2022, and we don't have complete resolution to be able to put all of the money that is available to the nation to good use. Now, this legislation, of course, would help that, in that creating a fund towards helping those local chapter communities most directly affected by this. And I think Chairman Smith's concerns about the Navajo Gallup water supply are very much important things to discuss. And I know EPA and Water Resources and other departments are well aware of the potential contingencies and the need for having adequate alternative water sources if something of a similar nature were to happen. Now, the ultimate question is, let's say 160, 170 million, is that ultimately enough? Well, that would be a question, I think, for the technical people, Navajo Nation, EPA, and otherwise, because as a lawyer, I can't really answer that question. What I can say is that's what was asserted as being available to the nation under the laws that we are controlled by, the Federal Tort Claims Act specifically. But again, whether or not all of that money would be awarded by a court or all of that money would be offered in settlement to where the nation would believe it's appropriate to settle, that is a different question. So 160 is sort of the ceiling as to what was considered available as a claim against the United States government. Whether ultimately that's what we would receive, of course, is based on a number of contingencies. But whether or not that is ultimately enough to prevent this type of thing from happening again, or at least having contingencies to make sure that there's adequate water as an alternative, and those sort of things, those are questions that I, as an attorney, cannot answer, that would be appropriately put forward to our EPA department and the other technical departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sprahan, for that response to the committee. So with that, Chairman Nez, does that complete your response to the committee?
Yes, Chairman Henyo. Thank you.
Back to the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Oh, I don't hear all this. Honorable Rick Nance here for bringing this. Is very important that what that happened on that a year ago, and this civil lawsuit is very tedious. It is correct, Mr. Paul Struhan, correct. So they give us also say I don't have any questions. I'm just ready to vote for it. It's very legitimate for us for the Navajo here. Once the Mr. Rick Nance, the chair, I thought that this, I thought we got it's not going to be completed. We're going to continue based on how that's all. The same way each done is not all the top based on how nearly but it all is the chairman.
Christina, here, Delegate Jimmy over here for your comments. With that, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, any
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Chair Henio, and then members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Aro Chinado, here Delegate Rick Nance. Yeah, I thought for the legislation. Although about this case, I think my questions can go to Mr. Paul Bruceham. Is there? I know that we'll be expecting some settlement funds for the litigations. We're going to litigation. So, is there these funds? How can be used to benefit the people? Is it going to be by individuals, or how is it going to be? And the damage that was caused after going through this your everyday life as being a farmer. And right now, it seems like if there's any cleanup that was done, or any indicating that there's samples that are being taken from the water, there's actually saying that it's clear and it's good to continue utilizing that water for to benefit the farmers. If it's like that, to continue doing that, then I get down. Is there any traditional knowledge or aspect that can be used to clarify that this is good to do? I know the water is probably there's some people that talk about it, is that they did some prayers and for water. I was thinking more about the mountain, that we're Navajo people. We think about what happened to the mountain, how did it happen? Our own mountain, that this mountain, that it preserve water from there, and there's a lot of the vegetation that grows on it, that how to protect and how to preserve that. Or any can it be used somehow to maybe it needs prayer for the mountain. How do we cleanse it? How do you make it? It's good that to provide all those abundance of water from there again, and anything that's coming down from the mountain. How do we do that? Is there something that can be done with that funds? It's just my thoughts. So that would be my question. Thank you. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Vice Chair Smith, did you have a follow-up?
Okay, allowed Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members and the response back on my questions. One question that wasn't answered was, are all three of these companies up there still mining? There was 47 sites, it says, as of September 2016. And that's a lot of sites to be mining up there. And the area was a Superfund cleanup district. And the US EPA worked with Navajo Nation to provide alternative drinking, agricultural, and livestock water and feed. That was a big thing that was taking place, and we were trying to help out the farmers up there and the people that live along the river. My question is $160 million. That's a price tag that we put on there. And you know well that there's 300 in the legislation that put in claims. But as time grows, our population has popped, enormously. And I'm sure a lot of folks have moved back and they want to do some farming. So that number, I know that's going to increase, not from 300,000 or 300 folks, but to possibly maybe 400, if I'm reading this right. It was here just a second ago, but what I'm trying to get at is could we put an amendment in here saying 250 million against the US EPA and federal tort claim? 160 is not critical, and you know how much 160 and $100 million the kuya even the 1.8 billion of the 1.7 billion. I see don't would that be possible to do that? Because this is a civil claim. Any civil suit, the burden is on the United States in a tort claim, and increase that to cover the costs that had taken place, because there was alternative drinking, there's a agricultural, livestock water and feed, and like Shadas said too, those waters from the mountains. So doesn't be Sablan. I'm sure that there needs to be prayer done for that. Saying that and we do have the Bensa out there as one of our 4 sacred mountains. So cool. That's my question, because it says in 2015 spill, as well as reimbursement for the cost spending responding to the spill, and they have 47 mines up there. And is all 47 of them still in operation? Have they shut down? Have they downsized? Are they just still going strong as ever? And the money's the I guess you can say the motivation. Any mining operation, that's what they rely on to excavate and that's what happened to that the water up there. So that's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Again, Vice Chair Smith, for your questions. With that, back to Chairman Nez. Response to Delegate Elmer P. Begay and Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo, as well as Honorable Begay for your questions, and Honorable Vice Chair Smith for your questions. And your questions was Elmer's directed to DOJ. I'll go ahead and refer my time to Mr. Spruhan to answer these questions. Mr. Spruhan?
Mr. Chair, happy to answer those questions.
Yes, Mr. Spruhan, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. For Delegate Elmer Begay's question, the legislation is written to give a lot of open-ended discretion, both for Navajo EPA and for RDC and for BNF, to decide what to do with the money that's put into the fund. And there is a discussion in 2902A that talks about sort of the broad categories, and they include something called corrective measures, and the discussion related to traditional ceremonial or other things related to the mountain and otherwise it would seem to me would fit within those broad categories as recommended by the Executive Director of Navajo EPA and as approved by RDC and BNF, which that would be through an expenditure plan once the fund is created. So it seems to me that there's sort of maximum kind of discretion built into the fund for these types of activities as considered appropriate by all of those bodies and officials. And so I do think that that is within the context of the fund once created to do things as Delegate Begay is suggesting as appropriate. Now, in terms of Vice Chairman Smith's question about the 160 million, that was a past claim as indicated in the legislation. And it is sort of a pre-requirement to suing the United States in federal court that you file an administrative claim. And so that was already done. And so that was already assessed against the United States as within the context of what can be claimed under the Federal Tort Claims Act. Because, of course, we, reasonably believe that we need much more money. But what we can reasonably claim against the United States under the statute that waives the United States sovereign immunity for tort is somewhat restricted to certain things. And so it was considered appropriate that 160 was the reasonable amount, or at least the maximum amount that we could reasonably claim under that FTCA process. Of course, there's more money, potentially the 10 million, and then the additional money from EPA contractors. And so we can't change it now in terms of what had already been put through the process. We can, of course, take it under advisement from this committee to push forward with additional amounts, both against the United States if appropriate, but also to the EPA contractors. And so, that is always something that I can take to the Houston Hennigan law firm, who is assisting us in this litigation, as to the desires of the committee to seek that maximum amount of funding above and beyond the 160 that was claimed in the administrative process in the FTCA. But in terms of amending the legislation, that's more of a legislative council question. But that statement of the 160 is stating a fact as to what had been previously claimed, and that process, because there were statute of limitations, of course, requirements, has already been done. So we can't sort of amend the FTCA administrative claim to go from 160 to 50, but we can, of course, take under advisement the recommendation of the committee as to asking for additional money above and beyond that 160 for all of the defendants as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spruhan. Chairman Nez?
Honorable Chairman Hinu, I believe the Department of Justice have answered the questions. Thank you.
With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, I'll call for the question to accept this. Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you again. This is really important. That's why I'm asking these questions and getting more information as we go on, because this is going to be going to the next level, Nabikiatia and the Navajo Nation Council. And Nabikiatia Committee, of course, will probably be asking different questions on behalf of this litigation. But what Mr. Spruan had said, Attorney Spruan from DOJ, I'd highly recommend that. Do not just stick with 160. I know we can't change the, that's why I asked if that was possible. But I would like to have that, I guess, recommended to the to how Mr. Spruan had spoke about it, not just look for that 160 million, because this was back in the 23rd Council, and that was the time it happened was around 2016, and Right now we're in 2022 and time is flying. And you take the costs back in 2016 to today's costs, 160 million is not equal to what it is today back in 2016. 2016, $160 million was $160 million. But now we're in 2022 and we don't know how long, like Mr. Spoon had spoke about, these claims, they usually put them on the back burner and all other cases go forth. And any resource related, environmental related, they're kind of put on the back burner, and it takes time for them to come to in the United States court to litigate this and to make a determination. So it might be another 4 years down the road. And I think that would be wise to say, okay, we said 160 at the time, but as time goes on, I think we would be, well, looking towards the future for 250 million, because, you know, the gas prices and the food prices and these farmers that are out there being self-sufficient are seeing the prices increase. And good for the farmers out there, good for the ranchers, because they're producing food for their family and also putting food on other folks' table by being in the aspects of farmers and ranchers. And we need to protect them and help them along with this. So I highly recommend that, Chair Henyo. I'm not sure exactly how the wording was, but I heard Mr. Paul Spoon said he would take that as an advisement and recommend that to the law firm. And that's what I'd like to say, Shananda. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Ado Vice Chair Smith, Items, Kirigi, your recommendation to increase the amount to 250 million. When it first happened back in August 5th, 2015, it took a year and 4 months for this to be filed. At December 2016, at Dok at Kutishija, just at Nachela Hot, and it's been 7 years since it happened. Because Dishjidi could have hold just a partial Nichanalia, a cohesion mitigation funnel, Yegi, could open Yeti Saratan Hadit, Ahi, Hitaros stores. Adult individual farmers, Iki a ananas sata, Nagayo Toha Hot Searcher, Santa Fe Law Firm, Eagle Furlick Martinez and Harwood, Aja, Yayas Tito, Nagada Ben Taha Hot Searcher, Denver Dagadit, I Satnia, a co a stohot I the night atonic, Asian Asate, Wins and Ocean Aji, Huido least, but that recommendation as a nation suing and the US EPA for the amount of 160, I will allow Mr. Spruhan to respond to that question, Chairman Henyo. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, happy to make some brief comments.
Mr. Spruhan.
Thank you. As I believe Chairman Nez indicated as best as I could follow, it is true that there is separate litigation still pending for the individual farmers and their claims, their direct claims under the Federal Tort Claims Act. So whatever money goes into this fund as settled by the nation, the farmers themselves are still involved in directly being compensated for their individual damages related to this, which of course will help them directly to their families directly for their particular claims. And of course, as indicated, the executive director of Navajo EPA, along with RDC and BNF, can expend this money in ways that concretely, directly benefit all of the farmers that Vice Chairman Smith has talked about as well. And so there will be more money additionally than what the nation receives as a settlement as the nation for the individual farmers, including those, or particularly those, who have continuing separate claims against the United States under the Federal Tort Claims Act. Now, just as one other thing, and I forgot that Vice Chairman Smith has asked, I don't know about the 47. I do know the particular mine was a closed mine, and this was a cleanup effort under Superfund that went awry. And so that particular mine had not been operating for some period of time. It's sort of a legacy of the gold rush, of course, and the sort of gold mining that was going on in that area. But in terms of the other mines, I personally don't have knowledge one way or the other as to whether any of those are actually operating, or if this is similar to the uranium cleanup here on the nation, where we're talking about former mines run by different companies that are still in need of cleanup and mitigation, but are not actually operating, which, as all of you know, means that these legacy mining projects, the cleanup and reclamation and protection from the sort of external effects of this old mining is still felt today. And so, it continues to be a very important thing to make sure that this type of thing never happens again, but also if it does happen, that there's maximum compensation planning, funds to use to correct and prevent any negative effects on the Navajo people. Thank you.
Mr. Spruhan, could you also explain how a recommendation can be made to increase the amount to $250 million to the Houston Hennigan Law Firm in California?
Sure. I'm not legislative counsel, so I don't know if there's some sort of technical functional thing this committee has to do. All I can tell you is I will communicate this directly after this meeting of the desire of the committee. If that is the collective desire of the committee, and indicate to them that we had this conversation and that this is the recommendation and advice of the committee that has heard the information on this litigation, and that is the statement of the committee on behalf of the Navajo Nation Council, and make sure that they are very much aware of the details of said request. And so, I don't need anything official from the committee, but I do not want to speak for legislative counsel as to whether there's some sort of technical mechanical device that is necessary. I can say that I have taken this advice and will follow it, and will communicate forthwith with the Houston Hennigan Law Firm that information. Thank you.
Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez, Mr. Spruan, for providing feedback. Back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Do we have any further questions, comments on this legislation as it moves to?
Shenandoah, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Benya additional data, Nabikia, Benya state of the additional data. Legislative Council, but he's on board listening to our conversation on this. I know that Mr. Spruhan said he can just doesn't need anything from us right now, but he doesn't want to step over the toes of Legislative Council in behalf of what was recommended. There's nothing to obstructing the meal. Soheya Bito Sohtaza, Bohanetza, of course, with Abansis case and data. Kedahoti, Cheno, 7 years. I see the Zanado Wafida, 160. I see the bone. It's not another. In addition, maybe we can get some advice through that through your leadership, Shenandoah, through OLC, Office of Legislative Counsel.
Legislative Counsel, Ms. Lapahi, You're here.
Thank you, Chair Hino. This is Dana. I will answer for Office of Legislative Counsel. I have been listening to all of the discussion. As far as increasing the Federal Tort Act claim, you have Mr. Spruan's commitment and his word that he will get back with the attorneys who are actually litigating it and speak with them and work with them about increasing that claim as far as it's legally possible to do that. I would take Mr. Spruan's word to the bank, so I don't think you need to do a directive. And I have concerns about amending the legislation to include that. I think it's better to keep that increased amount as part of the nation's litigation strategy. You don't always want to announce everything to the world, those that you're litigating about against. But I will have a little bit further discussion with the Department of Justice, and if they believe that such a amendment will be helpful, I will have that ready for you at the Nabikiate Committee. Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Dana, for that response. So with that, Vice Chair Smith, are you okay with the response from the OLC?
Back to Chair Henio, and thank you for letting OLC give us that information, and it'll be somewhere ready for Nabikia Committee, and we'll look forward to that and appreciate that answer.
Vice Chair Smith, are you ready to vote? With that, Budget and Finance Committee, are we all ready to vote? If we are, if there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question to legislation 0040-22. I'm not hearing anything. So with that, let's move forward to a vote. Roll call vote. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote. No amendments.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0040-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy
Yellowhair votes green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, and legislation moves forward to Nabikia Committee. With this, Chairman Nez, for your sponsorship of this legislation.
Thank you.
With that, moving forward to legislation 0051-21, I did hear Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. on the line. Peggy, if you read the legislation to the record.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, legislation number 0051-22 has been assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, then the Nabikia Committee, then Navajo Nation Council. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0051-22. An act relating to budget and finance, excuse me, and Navigated committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $3,003,441 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UEFB for the Navajo Election Administration for its expenses in preparation for the 2022 Navajo Nation elections, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L. The referenced exhibits are in the legislation. No comments from the Internet Public Review on the first report. Chair.
Okay, thank you for the reading of the legislation. Thank you. And with that, is there a motion?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by Senator Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
I'll second the Delegate Brown.
Second by Senator Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. With this, Senator Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., you have the floor to present your legislation to the committee.
Question, Shania. Again, good morning, Shania, or good afternoon. Aro and the Vice Chair. Aro and the Yajido, Shamayaja, the Dashasna Ashto, Shania, Arnold Squayat, a Budget and Finance Committee, and Arnold staff, Shamayaja Careful Yat A. Aro Kodo Isnos Agi on the Budget and Finance Committee call this morning, today. The legislation, the 0051, this legislation from election office, spring session, the other legislation number, emergency, UUFB, then a base with the Nikate Nako. A for the same amount, the same deal. Okay, in his aunt tables up. Okay, Nana, DDG, advocate not the citizen funding. Okay, Miss Kelly Shama, then again for the Director of Navajo Nation Election Administration Office. She's on the line. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to her to give the presentation on this legislation, and then the purpose of requesting from the citizen funding. DDGA or the UUFB, I'm sorry, the UUFB funding on this legislation, the 0051-22. So Shama, Ms. Kelly, are you online? I know you were online earlier.
Good afternoon. Yes, Ms. Shiaz, we're online from Navajo Election Administration. This is Rosita Kelly, and I have Ms. Lavera Morgan also online. So do you want me to
Shama,
go over
go ahead.
why we need the funds?
Yeah, go ahead and do your presentation, Shama.
Thank you, members of the council, Ado, the speaker, and then also Shiaj, Mr. Stewart, for sponsoring this legislation for us. So our upcoming election, the 2022 presidential council delegates and commissioners and boards elections that's coming up. You see, our database. And the database, it's ready to crash. And September, 2021, ita you see database man hit na hot ni hit no hot beshit na hasna. And I've been trying to work with DIT and then our own staff on the database. It won't connect with our computers. The computers, again, they're really old. They're like 2005, 2007 Windows. So right now, we can't even print recent or the most updated voters list. So only registrars to register people. Okay, with this upcoming election, they still have the old copies from 2020. So some of them, they come in and we're able to print them from the Fort Defiance office or from the central office. But our computers are just too slow. And the agency, the computers, again, they can't connect to the database. They can't print reports, just any kind of reports that we need. They can't print them, including the voter list or poll books. Again, we're going to have to probably resort to Northern and then here again to print those to save money on those. So, that's the biggest challenge that we have right now. Our telephones. Sometimes when we do a Zoom call, telephone the audience, they don't hear you. So there's something wrong with our telephones, and we can't even transfer calls to other people in our office or other departments. So that's another thing. And then our printers, they're all, sometimes we have to fiddle with them just to get them going. Scanners the same way. And our Xerox copier, all these are technological challenges that we have. That's the biggest thing. Our staff, they need assistance at the agency offices, especially for this upcoming election. They have requested temporary assistance during the election, in preparation for the election from July to the first week in August, primary. So they're trying to request assistance for money so we can employ temporary people to help the agency staff, and then also here at the central office. And we're also requesting funds for the overtime that the VRSs, those are the voter registration specialists, or the OAs, the office assistants, and also the temporaries. We're requesting money for their overtime because some of them, they have to wait. All the agency offices have to remain open at the end of an election day. Some of them have to wait like 2 o'clock in the morning for the chapters to return their voting machines, and then also the ballots. And that's for security purposes. And NEA prides themselves on conducting fair elections. So now these security AI, you see, we take that seriously. So Beninago, the same night that an election occurs, we have to get the voter machine and then the ballots back to the agency offices. So we're counting all those hours from previous elections to be like 150 hours of overtime during the preparation and the end of the election. So those are the biggest two that we're requesting funds for. And then the other thing is NEA would like to have their own server, on Hinke server, on Hinke database, a server, no. So that's what the plan is right now. And we want to have a senior programmer analyst, for NEA, and I was in the process of developing that position. PCQ funding, do you have funding secured for this position? Because of that, I stopped working on it because we didn't have the funding secured for that. And so, and then we have our VRSs that travel to the metropolitan areas to train new registrars. Requested like from the Indian centers, and so we need our registrars to be traveling there. We did try Zoom training, but according to the VRSs, it's better to do in-person training, no? So we need to have funds for them to travel to these areas. So ADA. And then the other thing is computer software. That one comes with the election computers. We have to have these election software updated to where we can have them compatible with the computers. Right now, even if we get a new database, it's not compatible with the computers that we have. And like I said, the computers that are able to let us print reports from, they're like 2005, 2007, So, and those will not be compatible with a new database. So we really need this for the upcoming election. So present and then also we were in the process of revamping our I shouldn't say revamping, working on our budget to look at all the things that we had listed, and that I was going to meet with the staff on it on Monday. So we really didn't get a chance to do that because we've been so busy with the filing and just getting ready for the the 2022 election. So Davira, did I miss anything? I guess not. Mr. Stewart? Hello?
Oh, Shema, that's everything that we talked about before in the process for the operations and equipment. Budget members. I'll turn the floor back over to you, Shana. Chairman Hinio.
Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Ivan Jade, that's called present the aliyah. So Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions, comments regarding this legislation?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair? Ada.
Oh, yeah, Chair for the floor. It's not, Budget Finance Committee, 24 Level Election Council. Pero on he said, it's important. So our motion, let's move on and approve this legislation. Unless you have any questions. So Finny, because so now depends how we need to get these requests for from the legislation office. The components of I'm ready to move for this legislation. Finny Chair, Chairman.
Delegate Jamil here for your comments. Any further questions, comments from the committee? Denoy, I'm not hearing any. If not, I'll call for the question to legislation. With this, moving forward, roll call vote. Ramona, if you would lead us in roll call vote for the legislation with no amendments.
Yes, Chairman Henya, roll call vote for legislation number 0051-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kinnasbach-Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kinnasbach-Carty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kinnasbach-Carty votes green. Honorable Amber P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Chairman, there are 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman.
Thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Legislation moves on forward. Again, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. for your presentation. And so with this, move on to the next legislation, 005-22. Not sponsored by Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. So, oh my God. But anyway, Peggy, if you read the legislation to the record.
Legislation 0056-22 is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development, then Budget and Finance Committee. 24th Nomination Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0056-22. An act relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, approving a change to Cap 3518 Exhibit E for the Crystal chapter by reallocating $165,666.66 in citizen funds to the chapter's fire suppression project, moving funds to the year 3 funding period. We have a Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments, and they have a vote tally sheet. Chair Haney.
Thank you. Peggy, before I call for a motion, is there all the signatures are there from CPMD, right? No, Peggy? No, Peggy, are you still there?
Eugenio, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Before I call for the question for the record, all the signatures are there from CPMD?
Yes, they are.
Thank you for that. And with that, from the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution 0056-22?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Motion by Shinada, Delegate Amber Knossos Bakrati. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. So we do have a motion and a second on this legislation. Are there any questions, comments?
Terry, I have a question. Vice Chair Smith.
Shinada, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. is it select if you would present your presentation legislation to the committee.
Around the Budget Finance Committee members, Nana, go to my education Nana for the staff. It's not today for Budget and Finance. This legislation 0056-22 EDA Yadwins the Crystal AKA fire suppression system in Linigi to AA ya at the Pahaten or ADA base of in the year the Danikid for the past 4 years, 5 years or 88 Benachi, yeah, Kodogi, yeah, the Green Nose Water Project, yeah, there's not that many community members going down that way. Into yeah, then you have to have 4 or 5 to keep the water flowing. Yeah, that's why we decided to go ahead and pull those funds from that project and apply it back to the fire suppression system. CPMD, Division Community Development, Mr. Andy Tom, no staff, and then get so I think so chapter officials and then get this cap 38 came about again, 3518 came about again. Okay, that's why we're presenting it now again to the committees that it needs to go through so that we can use those funds to move forward on the fire suppression system. Okay, I did not check if Mr. Thomas was online, Mr. Andrew Thomas or Mr. Arakai or anybody from the CPMD office tonight, but that is a presentation for now. Consortium, thank you.
Shekala for the presentation, Shinada, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. That's back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chair Smith, your question.
Okay, Chair Henya, Budget Finance Committee members of the Navajo Nation, for this legislation on the change under CAP 35-18 fire suppression system. The Division of Community Development. This is for the chapter house of this, to ensure that there is fire suppression for the chapter house. On behalf of that. If so, the chapters usually pay insurance, and since the chapter is going to have its own fire suppression within the building, has there been talk about lowering the premium on behalf of the insurance, because chapters are always saying we pay insurance, and sometimes the insurance lapses and we can't drive our vehicles or we can't continue to function every fiscal year. Hold on, and this is a good measure to ensure that we protect our assets within the Kunstler, because that's one of the major meeting points in Crystal, and I support this. But that's the question I have. I don't know if insurance is on board listening or if that's possible. I know we're the final authority, and appreciate this coming forth to utilize this $165,666.66 under the CAP 3518 for the purposes. The other question is under 2 of 3. It says the citizen shall be reimbursed, reallocated herein from funds available to the Navajo Nation from the state federal sources. I know this is in New Mexico. Is there any funding from New Mexico could replace this under the $1,000. If that's available, Jundole. I know that Yoto always does help out with infrastructure funding through New Mexico on behalf of their intentions to help out the Navajo Nation. Since his federal dollars, ARPA, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. But we haven't even we got 86 and 87 legislation, 0086, 0087-22, and I'm sure we'll be deliberating on that here in the this month to get those monies going. And those are my questions. I'm not sure if insurance is on board, but I'm hoping that insurance will drop the cost on the insurance. And I'm not sure if all the other chapters have fire suppression. Does this mean that there's going to be a tank set outside for this fire suppression? Those are my questions, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Kushina, Vice Chair Smith, as far as your question regarding reimbursement from ARPA and so forth, I don't know if Legislative Council is Ms. Barboff is listening, but just my response would be, and hold on. Okay, I'm here to stand on this. People talking loud. But Ms. Barba, would this be this legislation, since it's 23rd Nomination Council legislation, would it be like ARPA eligible for reimbursement, Ms. Barba? Ms. Barba?
Yes, this is Ms. Barbroff.
Did you get my question?
No, I fear I didn't. I was in a different meeting. I thought Ms. Tapaye was on. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, this legislation 0056-21, which is a CAP 3518 legislation from the 23rd Council. And Vice Chair Smith is inquiring about ARPA reimbursement. And my question was, is it ARPA eligible for reimbursement? This particular legislation, which deals with fire suppression from for Crystal Chapter, since it's from the 23rd Council, will it be eligible for ARPA reimbursement or not?
I actually will have to defer to DOJ on that. I think it's potentially eligible, but I cannot tell you for sure. So I would defer to DOJ, and then the one thing we have to keep in mind with these, just a reminder, is that while they might be ARPA eligible, that does not mean that there will be ARPA or FRF funding to reimburse them. So a strong recommendation is to be looking at other types of federal funding, such as, I'm curious about this, about whether it might be eligible for FEMA funding. But thank you, Chair. If DOJ is on the line, they can better elaborate on FRF ARPA eligibility.
Kashina, thank you, Ms. Barbour, for that response. Ado, for the rest of the questions for Vice Chair Smith. Sitsile, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., if you provide a response.
Question, Shana, I do see that Mr. Andy Thomas from CPMD is online. As far as the insurance goes, he might have an insight into that one. If that will be decrease the insurance premiums for the chapter and the facility there, since they will be having their own fire suppression system. However, in working with a youth program that did have their own suppression system, it didn't happen. It was just a added insurance basis for the facility, if I'm not mistaken. So, Mr. Thomas, can you assist me as my agent with the responses to Mr. Vice Chair Smith?
Mr. Andy Thomas?
And I'm going to refer you to the back again because you're going to have to fill out a form for request for public records and then turn it into legislative services.
Mr. Andy Thomas. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. It seems that Mr. Thomas is not responding to Melicity. Star 6, Mr. Thomas. Okay, with that, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., Mr. Thomas is not responding.
Yeah, with that, Shania, what I can do is I can go ahead and get that information, and then before the next committee, have it available to share with the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as the next committee that it goes towards. I believe that would be just us, really, you guys and Budget and Finance, but I can get that information by the end of this week and send it back to you all.
So that Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. And with that, move back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Hayner, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Yes, I have another question. It's related to the Legislative Council. If in fact that this is eligible for ARPA funds and there is a reimbursement provided, or from the federal or from the state, according to the legislation the way it's written, if it does meet the criteria, my question is, if that is funded, I know that this CPA 35-18 was appropriated $100 million, and each delegate was provided a little over $4 million. Would that throw the whole CAP 35-18 out of sync? Because it says that we shouldn't expend more, but we're not expending more. This is already funds that are just being transferred from one account to another account to get this thing taken care of. If that was to happen in the future, because BNF is the last final authority on this, I'm not opposing this. I'm for it because the money's already earmarked. I'm just asking if and should we take that avenue, how do we address that? Is that feasible? Because then, for instance, Honorable Wilson Stewart would still have 166,000, I guess, available. Is that how I interpret this? If there were to be refunded or funded through the state, because in that legislation it says each delegate will be provided that, or is that how does that work? That's my question. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you. I know, Shinanda, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., so are you able to respond to the questions from Vice Chair Smith?
Shania, Chairman, Enio, Aaron, Vice Chair Smith. This funding again, 3518 again, that's from the funds that were from the 23rd. As I have stated before, those funds from the 23rd Council that they weren't being all used. We're using them as the best as we can. The 4 chapters. Crystal is one of the ones that we were trying to move around funds. So this is how we're using it in that way. So again, I can go ahead and work with DOJ and also Budget and Finance and Office of Controller to see what needs to be done with that. But that's the first time I ever thought of that area, as well as far as being reimbursed towards another account as well through this, because it's not taking money out from another account. It's already there within the chapter, so it's being used within the chapter for the purposes of the community. And then I did reach out to Risk Management Association Chairman for their question on their insurance premiums. So we should be having a staff member log on pretty soon from insurance to ask that question and get a response back on the insurance premiums as well. So that's another one I can respond to. I'll consult now.
I can share your answer for that response. With that, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, I'll call for the question to accept the resolution 0056-22. Danita, so that, Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote to accept this legislation.
Chair Chairman Henyo, roll call vote for legislation number 0056-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you, Ramona, for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Legislation 0056-22 passes. I can announce it to the Shinanda, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. With that, let's move forward to the next legislation, 0067-22. Again, sponsored by Shinanda, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. With that, Peggy, if you read the legislation to the record for us, please.
Okay, this is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, then the Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Prime sponsor tracking number 0067-22. An act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and the committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $4,100,000 from the Citizens Fund for a proposed apartment / multi-purpose complex in Navajo, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NC section 2501 through 2508. This has no comments from the Internet Public Review, and the committee report from Resources and Development has a due pass and no amendments. So vote tally sheet, Chair.
Thank you for that reading of the legislation. With this, is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Ms. Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So with that, we have motion and second. With this, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. If you would present your legislation to the committee.
Budget Finance Committee members, auto staff, this is the third legislation on the agenda for today's Budget and Finance. For the community of Navajo Red Lake, they have a commission, town-site commission Honorable Jonathan Hale, they audit Aron da Corner Shanella, Christine Garnez, a Quidishi report the past 2 months. That's a Kodogi AD, Washington Ashikato Chato Lake. This legislation is for the improvements within the community, but we always talk about how to improve our community and get rid of homes and put new homes in for our community members. In their own communities, they know this legislation is pertaining to that and how to improve. We do have several legislations from this committee, this organization, are trying to seek out assistance from the nation, the other government. This town site commission it's still part of the nation, the entity of the nation, and then those areas there that they oversee, that they are taking care of, they belong to the Navajo Nation, but there is an agreement with the Navajo Nation that these belong to them, and fallouts from the NFPI site, not fallouts, but from the closure of the NFPI site, the Navajo Nation picked up these homes. These individuals, the commission, the Linigan, the Chanel CEO for their they're trying to do their best to improve these homes and living conditions for the community members, and also the current existing household owners there. That's why we're seeking out funding from that. Honorable Jonathan Hale, Christine Garnez, Chairman Hinio, to continue the presentation as for this legislation, particular legislation. Honorable Hale, are you online? Christine.
to shimado pristine to jino kwagi shinayi khatsi to tikui dihi kad kitato nalte di da zina kidekat thadiya seda o report iliane ado sai sabedna di tahi ado kadedina na sabedna di tahi ahot aikena daske o benina se ehzenigi kwashina shi nana ajit khatchin in shlon thoduk onje bashin hana ni da cheki ani da shinale to Ajibe Wachinigi Navajo Town Site Community Development Corporation. Joy what are a wachiko or what are a bikinia to what are a hakoshito nedo quagin hikati washito need a what are a quapiniga when slow. Ado beninaja has anigi di hawan at neto hawan but a halodo lake nature quad ne. Keda hat enigi dobeni na go ajichita was enigi shipa hot jofut katishigi katla ada bagan keda hat to ado agisenta altitante joy ade hawan peda holodo ado ade tishingi ati keda hajet ado benina chita o chiligi to ashita the net standard and law that NFPI agenda nishinte was sai na kai ado shin sai biketa hastin akwande hawan ikwachas anegi jo ati sai kenda illa sai khoi kenda isla ado sai ati kwa barchiniki da hot to hotai khone ne jol jisho benina hotai kwachas anegi at enegi khair da ba hote ko jo ado ko apin na chakhan ani to khayda ta kha to liu ko ta peso jo ke to to stipulations de khnila requirements jo kwaki tena ba ya ta kut akit and halong jo NHA je AG peso ye kha ali do you have to be a certain income. Ego is there's no stipulation to any income, so even high income people can get a home. Do something about it. That's enough. Ego she so ishi bin nach ko apa hatet do ta holya do na nishti gi wasigi ti atin na ta atkhniya isha shabahu nafsan dole di 2021 ko khashi kha da 2022 yet simson adon ta ko achinanis ajet khasata go kholji so ati an nibiya وشبعت هنصن سعيد دعوة كديجي شيء شما جو أجي historical information إيشين كدوني شيء دوار أكون ديك أغز أنيجي apartment complex / نيجي community center جو كأغز أنيجي إيشين أني بتخانة زين لون دوشين هاد آيين دار نشين ده دي بوشكي جو كل وسيجيت سخيد تشين تأب نتش إشجاع دونيش just like Ginas and Egi Epeso at a bold ARPA projects, Ishin Aji Tanas and Benrando, back a Helchido Shin Ajapatas, on that and Ado, Belas Lida, O Kutza, a Konda Betkisanal, Sako E Kojaboski, Ashin a large and Saki get getting down shot, or foot in the shot, or that's all on it Edolis, Ishin Quakin hat, and Lenegi Benaboski, Gilwell. Ishin ta equaki belan to le a konde shita beso belan linto stoti koje NTCDC will ganigi jo aji the grantee do le koshin aji be bohol ni to le ne on habna so case sto ha shin ta hol just ne isha did never Washington lagi it so equakas anigi on haba on sendo le ishin aji DOJ but that as far as processes, as far as how it came to be and how it should change going forward, if anything. So aji ba nasla ishin aji baseball an lenigi not the kid lenigi jo aji but hota slako ishan ya khait sad lenigi gen che khado akonde ikudone nejigi housing what Aisha, the Kujabe, which you need Latonast, and Nigi Aja to Aja Eastern Navajo housing justice, Tabadoji, or ye what are housing, ye get that here. So I quite again said Nago, how one Lenigi Benikata at all was said housing, but a whole long do less, Toshin less as you go became Ango Hawanda, Neta Edoya, Eoto, Yastita. It's a need for housing in a residential setting. Kind of like NHA. Jabada Hanasen, NHA, but it's cleaned. A quite up Oton, not a wheel jish. Joey Quacky in the house, the money that any Indian housing plan at about Oshato, Shinot, but a sort of Ajabet Sineshi, that will know. And laid up as one, and it's a late down what our baby care that Ado Quackit, the Sahon, don't need what out laden that, the night Argent, other way, the Gondaya, the way, Ekon, that way she. So, living through all of that, Ayona is not got Toshina is not got Shinto, what a hot eat and then Kondetika this shigi at it out hard at the whole one, hard in the niche, but the hot ash height all that the queen of Hayata at I thought that illa that is she that the hard life one not national. So this chicken licking the Nalka the pace about the wind to pace about that who ye at Sasludo had a nisco, Korea, but Papa Otas Lego, other had a niso Koji in the miss. So what the hot and the Dashinta Banasa by Bahan of the Nigi, Payashtigi, Shabakitoki, non expenditures. So Nejigi Afet out of the quacky that thought Nishigi to be Nanish to one Lenigi pay Nejito Lehigi, a rag or Papa case do shin sto an shin ki ke nas do je aj binata debit binata date sto aj ka nas lin linigi don hat shin khishin abita but the chini ge choi ada nan shil khade ilge do akhut de la ko ba da hoiste adin ada shla ash honorable Tony Slim sha hutza Malaysia impacted Bennett Freeze area aj beso la be the creating the meeting sa hutza Sheet Asia Shin Kabishingi Johut upon the Quajid Nab Washington, but Peso as a Kail witness. So is it a bebita hone to hear that Allah Peso okay that they gotta know what they're doing, they gotta know what the ins and outs are to get these things accomplished. It took although it's a project ready, no, the environmental assessment a bebita stronger, but based at the Hoiliago la Johut. Akota shabiga naba pata dole it's behata jitne this chingit atit ahota akon shen that this sad nani given us beha to added naked hat any bag and cheat ishi jo patents and other najan dar shigi ado kudo sa andar nishto sa hosan but nam Washington je adikeda hat ado sai ajata ye ado sai to ado ado na kaitante o apaganda halong sto Johut Ela, Kujahut Ela, so Lee Kudota, Pinion, do Hard Rock, Ajanat, other Isla Ajikita hat Ela to Adon Date, Ocean Old Kadon and the Spinning Natch IHS, Let's out for medical center that out, and Igita Ajapata Laha one bay the hollow, to when Shane the Kaya baby bit without count. Aje pagana de la do ba chinen ne me ta hoel shigi ta o chiligi e hota hot so khut e ta shi ta hota hot e shi akon de shi to aje ba ta hata hat e ta to aje ta in ta only one de snindo bche do ba masan ben nala ke ta do e aden ta in of course as you go out on has out esna hat so kun she la be khasi do satoshi e shman lenigi ba na de sha to kya esna do kya esna
Shinada, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., does that complete your presentation as far as 20 minutes is concerned?
Oh, Shania, Chairman.
With that, Shinada, Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions regarding this legislation? If there are no questions regarding this legislation, call for the question for roll call vote. Danita. So that Ramona, Felix, and roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, can you roll call vote for legislation number 0067-22? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Agashina Kiadla, thank you for the roll call vote. We do have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. With that, legislation Carries and moves to the next committee. So here announces to the Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. for your presentation on these legislations.
Shana, Chairman, Auto Vice Chair, Auto Budget and Finance Committee members and staff, and Chicago for all three legislations approval. And on to the next one. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day, everybody else.
With that, moving forward to next legislation 0061-22. Delegate Eugene So is on the line with us. So with that, moving forward to reading the legislation to the record. Peggy, if you would.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, then Budget and Finance Committee. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Eugene So, prime sponsor, tracking number 0061-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, approving a change in Exhibit E to Cap 3518 for the Chinle chapter by deleting the Waterline Spider Rock Phase 2.5 project and adding the Waterline and Sewer Spider Rock Phase 2.5 project by changing the funding year periods by designating the Water Management Branch as the agency that will administer the added project. Exhibit 1 is there, Exhibit 2 is there, which is the change form. And it has been signed. And then the first report has a Resources and Development Committee with a due pass and no amendments. And then vote tally sheet also is included. Thank you.
Thank you for the reading of the record. So with that, we'll move forward to reading the legislations. I'm sorry. Is there a motion to accept this resolution as read? So the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Okay, motion by Shanada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
So second by Shanada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, this is a CAP 3518 legislation. Is there any questions? Shanada, Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions on this legislation? Then I'll call for the question on legislation 0061-22. Ramona, if you lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, can you roll call vote on legislation number 0061-22? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati.
Delegate Crotty votes green.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Chair Hinio. This is Peggy.
We do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation 0061-22. Additional Delegate Eugene Soikana. Thank you for being on the call with us. With this, we'll move forward to Peggy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I missed the legislation 0061-22, the motion and second.
Motion by Shinada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, and second by Shinada, Delegate Murphy.
Which is the second one?
Elmer PVG second.
Oh, okay. Christine, thank you. So
With that, let's move forward to legislation 0064-22, sponsored by Shinada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. He is on the call with us. So with that, Peggy, if we read legislation into the record for us, please.
all right, it's a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 4th year 2022, introduced by Nathaniel Brown Prime, sponsor tracking number 0064-22, an act relating to resources and development, budget and finance in the Big committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $5 million from the Citizen Fund for the Chichimbito Convenience Store Fuel Station Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 through 2508. The Resources and Development Committee has a due pass and no amendments, and the roll call sheet is attached. Chair Hinio.
Thank you for the reading of the legislation. Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Is there a second? Going once?
Brown, Roger.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Please don't interrupt. You already have the motion.
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So with that, motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair and second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. We do have a motion and second. So with that, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, if you introduce your legislation to the committee.
Oh, yeah, Sinanta, Budget and Finance Committee. Ado Shamado sa two Craigie Escussion Dade Nishi, Ado Anos Hoshik Ada Sanosagi. The Craigie Big Eel Kits had better not it Ainlay Chimbi Toda AD the can be not in need of in the year could Lago Quebenashnish. So to the committee, we are actually following the Navajo Nation leadership plans, and you have asked us to think outside the box and also to start working on revenue generating. Since the closure of Navajo Generating Station and the Kayenta Peabody Mine, and I think I know that the Kayenta Peabody Mine was once, for a long time, a part of the Chilchimbito community. So there's a Chilchimbito mine where a lot of money was made by the Navajo Nation. It went into our general coffers as well as our general funds and to the Navajo Nation coffers. Gets ando Tahalia Quechimbit Hohahozogi. a peso a permanent trust fund sa nili nada bank kaya benda skedo lejen kahagid don hit from our aquifers nada chose in from our community. Historically, Navajo Nation has not given any funding for any type of buildings in Chochimbito for the past probably 40 years. We're sitting in an old clinic building that we remodeled here, although the old chapter house was a double wide trailer. A deep building so the plan, we do have the plans we've been working with Navajo Nation Economic Development, Ms. Elaine Young. So we have also submitted this proposal to the American Rescue Plan. Both times we submitted, DOJ deemed it, and it is not, according to the ARPA guidelines, we cannot use the ARPA dollars in Kedotnit. We have been working on this for a very long time. And also, since the pandemic, Chochimbito, we have been hit hard. And now what I'm hearing from our people that live in Chochimbito is there's from COVID, our people are still recovering. Some, they do not know when they will get their full health back. Although, unfortunately, it's really sad that we have lost a lot of let me restate that. We have lost some of our people from our community of Chochimbito to this pandemic. We have submitted this again to ARPA, and then my colleagues, AD Chochimbito Store, Kudo Behanasti, Langoshin Kispehezendo, Aquada Kinbina Inihi, Juk ad Atho, Ihindo Kasi, Yoda Alea. Now our Chochimbito residents have to travel either to Kayenta or to mini farms to gas up. And now gas is close to $5 a gallon. And our elders from our communities and our people on fixed income, since we have a high unemployment rate, our people are struggling to put in gas for everyday necessities. So our Chochimbito chapter officials and chapter manager have been working and going with the advisement from the Navajo Nation Council, bring us plans, revenue generating plans on Kedonit. We are following what the president, buy local, buy Navajo, Kismini Bailia, Eikut Adinan, Hadadilia, the fee storgi. And during the pandemic also, I think we were the only community that was locked down. Our community members were not allowed to leave. Even with Intech, when they were delivering coal, I myself was on the line with Intech and Bistai Fuels who were delivering. They would not come to Chochimbito because they were afraid. And we had to rely on these box foods in the so propane delivery, etc. We know that this is very essential. The other part to this is it going to bring back revenue? And the answer is yes. We do have a tourism that flows through our community also. Mono Valley came into the Canyon Dishe, and then a lot of some of our people who live in the community from Cairns and surrounding communities do use this route to Winder Rock, to Chinle, the Nick College. So it will be great to have a fee store here to gas up, to get snacks, although even for bathroom usage. Again, the land is ready. We have the infrastructure there. So again, it is construction shovel ready. All we need is the funding. My last point also would be, we look for a Navajo owner operator, which was Dr. Haskin from our community. She had the plans for about 4 to 5 years, and she tried to get the capital together. We really wanted one of our very own to operate this, but unfortunately, we could not find one of our own relatives. The Nendini, the Kuned Lant Peso, the Halon da Koho. Now we did secure an owner operator also. So from that side, we are ready. Again, Ado, I do have an agent on here I'm here in Chochimbito chapter house with my chapter officials, the chapter manager, Kwegi Bestana, I do have my agent, Mr. Eugene Bedoni, is here as well. So, Chair, I would like to give him some time to speak on this Chochimbito C-store. Yeah.
For your presentation. Mr. Bedoni, you have the floor.
Yate shikado shidne aro shinat ani aro Speaker, Honorable Speaker, members of the Council, and distinguished guests. I just want to add to the what Mr. Brown had brought out. We had been waiting all our lives for some sort of development to happen, especially an economy. And we can't wait any longer. We have been very patient. We've seen a lot of legislation pass, some of them 2-3 times as large as what we're asking for. And we've been waiting all our life when our people can't wait anymore. A lot of these projects had started way back, and when we went through the pandemic, it felt very bad because then hit a sido atindan khatsut. We feel it. And when we were locked down, our police was patrolling the road and stopping everyone. I felt bad for my community because they were unable to get to a store or get a service station. Some of the needs that they needed, it wasn't there, it wasn't available. And I had to come out of this pandemic knowing that we had to have those things. We got to have our C-store. We got to have our economy. We can't go on like that. Should it happen again one of these days, should we have to be locked out again? I don't want to have to sit here empty-handed again. Hey, there you seven, yeah. Shikashidna. Once ago, obi de shot, yeah.
Mr. Bedoni. So with that, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, does that complete your presentation?
Yeah. Yes, that completes our presentation. We do also, well, really quickly, actually, let me add another thing. We do have the letter of intent for the owner operator as well. We do have that covered, so they're all on standby. The Navajo Nation Economic Development has our plans, our letter of intent, Our BDO has all our information for the location, the land that was withdrawn, and the infrastructure is there also. Koho eskohahaditsa e peso dia nitsin koho shananda. I ask for a favorable vote on this legislation for our community members who have been hit pretty hard with COVID. Koho e badi neshananda. And Bishi, I know it's going to go to Nabik Iyetke and ultimately council and to President's signature also. Bishi, Kwehota Biki Haitsi, do Leto, Kodonda Anika, E de Bella, do Leto, Nikidanedi, or Todel Choshada Ditli, do Ako, a to in the Kato Danitzen, Akonda Ikistole, in Leuch on the Kegwa and the Yanke that Nedo. And a lot of our elders, they prefer to stay local to keep an eye on their sheep, their livestock. So and we all know our elders are like that, and some of our parents are like that as well.
For your presentation. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions or comments regarding this legislation?
So here has Vice President Anders Chairman Henry Sicily. They should get louder.
Yeah, you have the floor, Shanada.
Yes, it's Aaron Armo, Nathaniel Brown. Thank you for bringing this very important legislation. But Corona Kitaton, any Jade and Nepe not 8 on this. Para Kona in this project. Now, yeah, any Chiributo, Katorigani, that is above it, only $1,000, not to get 3 gallons, that's it. The crochet crop, Nepati, I believe in Navajo cultures and traditions and economic developments that will really help our local people out there. Yet, it will, I want about this to go kids legal, but that is, Johnson and Hone. Station, I just keep it then about just on I don't count on easy baby shot. Yeah, sir. I think Jim Tony brother come. Thank you very much for bringing this legislation, helping your community out there. Never can okay. Dream. Yeah, thank you very much. One sort of Honorable Henius, thank you.
Kashina here, they'll get Jamil here for your comments. Any further questions, comments, committee members?
Chair Henius, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair Henio and Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are listening on the Budget and Finance meeting, Honorable Brown for advocating for a convenience store out in Chinchinbato, $5 million from citizens. The way I understand this legislation is that we're building a building for Red Mesa Fuel, and Red Mesa Fuel is going to be running this Ashwata out of Farmington, New Mexico. Building those. We're going to be spending $5 million of the citizen dollars. Is this going to be Red Mesa building? It's not going to be Navajo Nation building. What is? And how much are they going to contribute to Red Mesa? I heard earlier too that you said you tried to get a Navajo entrepreneur to start business out there, which is a good idea. but this is you could never pay so there for $5 million, and it's going to be a commercial building in Chilchinbato through Division of Economic Development. Then addition again that Carino Canyon that we had a store in Red Mesa. I just they day for only to that they club. Not so to building there. So the yipping temple foundation those the conveyed bunny chaos and the thought after the no my told a cushy badole although kinigi so a agent had after the no yen at other hutsada but only says in addition Red Mesa either the honado nichinde hashin cushy nache it's not that this Carloshan. So I aged Shinaidi Kidida Shinada. That's my question.
Mr. Smith, for your questions, I'm back to you, Shinada Delegate Natalia Brown. Response?
Oh yeah, Shinada Delegate Smith, for your question. On the Navajo Nation, we are trust land status. Here in Chilchimbito is the same, and it's similar to the bashes that you have advocated for there in Sanders using the Sihisan dollars. It is the same situation. I guess that's the simplest way I can explain it, that it is not going to be Red Mesa who will own the building. So my point is, these buildings are Navajo Nation buildings, and they were not owned by these outside companies. They would have a lease, to my understanding, of 25 years. Again, this is also similar from what we have worked on with the Denahutso C store. So when the owner-operator of Red Mesa, he will be putting up his own money and also his vendor list. His fuel and all the merchandise and the refrigeration, they will be providing that. Navajo Nation will just be paying for the building. But then the Red Mesa will be owner operator, where they will bring all their equipment and they will bring their merchandise, working with all the different vendors they have to work with, and also with the gas, they would be bringing that in. So it will not be owned by Red Mesa store. They will be, and it's kind of like a trade-off from they're bringing their resources, their money in, and that also goes to show that they believe in this project. If they're willing to put funding and their own money into the Chilchimbito C store. So it is an investment for them also. So this is a collaboration with Navajo Nation RBDO Economic Development, the Chilchimbito chapter, and also Navajo Nation Economic Development. So again, to answer your question, it will not be owned by Red Mesa. It will be the Navajo Nation. So, and the clause is, with the codes, is 25-year lease. I know some companies are asking for more, but this is where the codes, it's at 25 years. I believe that's the information. But I know Ms. Elaine Young should be on the line right now. If we can give some time to Elaine to expand on this if we need to. Yeah.
For your response to the questions. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments?
Delegate again.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. You have the floor.
Okay, Nana, so the Delegate Brown. This is the $5 million
sales and funds ko ako pesos na do actually the issue don't issue yes that ako and the double night this kilo this year the right mesa convenience store that they yes need called Christian convenience store on the reservation there's one that they're trying to put some money in there but all your ask money in there over in the wells or your each other they don't need in there they were told that to put in a laundromat 8% ice don't need in there but because of the best then don't know that no convenience store gas they don't know so there's a brim hall there the odds there's a lot of truckers that come in they sell to the car. Then at the nearby, I get home to if there's a school there. We have the school buses out every day. There's no residential hall that's but almost over 400 students are there's a busing. But the odds are there, they fuel that so it's more feasible for that the fuel cost or the fuel basically I don't need other they saw that I don't because I they get the hundred other young but she don't it's not I don't have but young this first produce and on the aid meat that the fresh meat that so I then the hundred so it need that mostly if you go in there the first thing you could see these junk foods so that's the one thing that we're making these available because your health not need to so so the intent of the whole thing there was a survey that was done now that convenience store bigger for this although the peso is the limited the people that are living in the area that are on payroll ADE by not this is the amount of money that we bring these for revenue people that are living in the area most of it is our criteria so the next thing that we're looking at is pools not to give us more money for that so that's very limited or even these convenience stores we're adding another one so the one that we're doing in the wells there was one that's near the gravel site we're gonna do with it and then get it closer to the highway and closer to the school too. So we're actually it's not in addition, but it's just gonna be moving, relocating that convenience store. So my point of all this is I wanted to know that how much is this convenience store bringing any revenue? And it seems like it's very limited. I couldn't pay so that people that are living around the area we still have to go off the reservation to get more. We spent more out there. So these junk foods so I'm not sure where we're getting this. How much are we projecting out of this convenience store? How much are we looking at it? So is it worth it? The $5 million? We have other entrepreneurs that we have with the Navajo people. Great
His last name is they want this case for your base of the Bob Cotton what the Ghana in a base of which that shit your but we in the any anything in the hospital. The Japanese on the because there's one is she knocked out and he Rocky Ridge store. Japan, yes, it was. I see the Nana or Canada is a text in Shasha that national, but these are in NPL area. I think in the hospital that there's limited people with the resources. So what are the base? I think needs the so he had the net yes need to call feel the Japan expired not in the full court the license that they have because Japan we're hurting we're not hurting the owners, we're hurting the people. You don't base you don't call to talk about you don't cut that then but that was not only this case ago, I think we should invest more into those kind of people that are hurting because of COVID. You don't I get out the Kienta, there's a big township. Although I would have been so. One thing that I wanted to look at is if it can be some kind of marketing, they do their own studies and they market studies and cost analysis. Shopping center. The studies were made on reservations. This is a shopping center. So add another one. So downtown, I think was the last one that did that for so many years. My concern though, I our own people compared to the Ghana though I think the cat is what he though and I just to the shared to let down sharing
Shina Hela, Shinada, delegate Nathaniel Brown, response.
So yeah, I don't care. Should not quite nothing. Kitty, delegate Abigail. The Quaggy should be Tonkas Anigi. It's a good 30-minute drive to Kayenta, and I think it's close to about 40 minutes to Red Mesa. Ada Toyo Dal de Nia Adon hit the Nay and Kitchayata. So this comes at a time where it will really benefit our local people with not just gas, but the daily necessities, doing laundry. And in the body of the legislation, we also have the post office in here also. So it will benefit our people in more than one way. And what we're learning, you also asked for the revenue projection. I did just text Miss Elaine Young to see if I know with the Danahootso C store, it was over $2 million per year is how much money the Danahootso C store made. And also our owner operator is going to be putting their own money. They have faith in us, these non-Navajos. They are putting their money into our community. And now we're asking for our own. This is our Navajo people's money. So the people that I'm asking for is our own Navajo people who live in Chilchimbitoa and the surrounding communities. So you are right, Shana, that this is our people's money. Our community of Chilchimbito is just asking for some of this money to come back. And then in return, this will go back into the general funds. later whole G's. At in the Craigie, Nihe Kodoti, Dani Kid, although the next legislation, so it's you go peso Kodo, but Ando Alia. It should be Toha hot, so those you peso, it's Ando Alia. Ashwan, that's not yard and condo, although you did mention Navajo owners. Like I said, we did give it to a resident here who gave us the plan in a chapter meeting. We have been meeting with her for many years, and she looked high and low, and she could not get the funding. It's the same story with other owner operators that we have looked for in other areas, like in Danahoto. It took over 20 years trying to look for a Navajo owner. I also have sat down and talked with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. At one point, they did agree to it, but then the market went down and they said, we cannot. But now the studies show that we do have tourism that goes through here. So those market studies, I also requested the latest market study and these analysis from Ms. Murphy, who is our new economist with Navajo Nation Economic Development. And the other is attend the Holanda. So when you get the so she will be working on producing where the revenue generating plans are. And I know that we are part of this tourism belt here. That's the big advantage that we have. The other is the investment in our people. And this evening, the big sister rug and the little sister rugging.
So now Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you still there?
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. You cut off.
Okay, I got. I got muted or cut off, but but again, I'm here with our chapter president, Mr. Bradley Shiche, Ado Kwegi. We have our chapter vice president, also Mr. Paul Matson, Ado Shiche. We're here with Shiche, Mr. Eugene Bedoni. Our staff and our youth are here with us also. Again, I will. And if I miss something, please ask again, and we will. And also, Ms. Young is online. If we have any other questions, Ms. Young, I don't know if you have any other questions that you wanted to respond to, Kwegi. If I miss anything, Edia Kwegi, yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Elaine Young. Can you hear me?
Ms. Young, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, members, and then also the community of Chuchimbito, Adon, Ade, Ninatani, Dida, and those that are participating as well. I just wanted to add on a little bit on what Chanel, Mr. Nate Brown did mention, is that for one thing is that we made every effort to open this C-store to a Navajo individual, but and then again, unfortunately, they weren't able to meet some of the financial ability to move forward. So therefore, we went ahead and opened it up to the to the to the other individuals like Giant and Oil and Gas, and then as well as Red Mesa. So Red Mesa at this time came on board with us to he did submit his letter of intent to this 3-acre site. And that site is readily available. The infrastructure, all of that has been worked on. And then there were some monies that were committed from AML and then from our sales tax to secure infrastructure up to the site. So everything is ready. The appraisal has been done and so forth based on the previous potential owner and operator that didn't work out. So I've made every attempt to get financial assistance. We use these financial assistance as an incentive to have these owner and operators to come on board with us to develop these sites in these communities, and it is true that at this time that we are building a lot of shells similar to shopping center as another means to bring in these operators to these commercial to bring these commercial sites to these the communities, and that it has been working for us, and we've done that with Denhoto, and then we've done that with Shanto as well as White Cone and other areas, and we've utilized a lot of our sales tax to get these infrastructures into these sites, and I know Indian Wells has been brought up. We've done that to a certain extent to utilizing the sales tax. Now that one is ready, and then the operator is also with Red Mesa. It's just a matter of him moving his store that's already existing somewhat in the close area to that particular site. So these operators already have the contracts in place. They already have vendors that was mentioned by Mr. Brown, that they've already have these fuel contracts, and then also they put in all of these gas islands, the equipment, and they have the financial means to work with us. So we would like to get more of our Navajo business to come in as operators, but unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work for us. So that's another means that we're working on. It's sort of like a mentor-protege type of arrangement that we would like to also maybe possibly introduce to get more of our Navajo individuals to participate as owners, operators to these sites. And also, you got to understand the entail and the hidden cost that goes into these C-stores as well. And right now, as far as Rocky Ridge goes, we provided quite a bit of financial support to keep that one going. I know right now we have identified and we have earmarked some sales tax money for the to assist on the building building structural, and then also looking at the infrastructure too as well. So that's pretty much in as in a nutshell. I do apologize that I did come on a little bit late. I was and just got done from another meeting. So thank you for that.
Shikela, for your presentation, Ms. Young. Does that complete your response, Delegate Nathaniel Brown? Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm unmuted now. That does complete my response. Okay.
With that, back to the Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments?
Chairman Tenyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a comment.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henyo. And I appreciate, Shania, your comments regarding Navajo operators. I think in terms of if they haven't been approached, what is the capacity of Navajo Nation Shopping Center to be able to assist with this project? You know, the owner of Red Mesa, so in my district, and I support this project because I believe in C-stores at a community level, but also just in terms of how the owner treats the community. And so, Ms. Young, my concern is the RBDO office really caters to the owner. And I'm not sure exactly how economic development is supporting Navajo ownership and what we've heard from the Rocky Ridge store. But I also know for our community of Heat Springs, the owner took out the gas tanks and really hasn't reinvested in getting that back into the community as a community need. And then our neighboring store in District 14, Nas Chitty, when it burned down, I just recently seen an effort to try to reestablish that store. And I also think just the condition that some of these stores are in with the amount of support that the owner is receiving from Navajo Nation, there should be some investment in our Navajo small business owners or looking at our enterprises, and also how this owner has supported his employees and the type of pay he's providing to his employees. I think that should all be a discussion. So I think there should be a C-store, but identifying and not talking about what are some of the challenges with this owner is a misstep, and this is an opportunity as this legislation moves forward. And what have we learned, or what have other communities learned when having this owner in their community? And my last thing is all of the stores, RBDO should have an idea how to expand all of the C-stores across Navajo Nation to include not only gas, but laundry service. And I think that's going to be some of the challenge as we move forward. So if Rocky Ridge is Navajo owned and not getting the support that they need with their building, I would want to know how we could, as a committee, support that initiative, and also then identify the other C-store developments that are being proposed across Navajo Nation. We know that they've been submitted for ARPA, and unfortunately, there's not enough information to understand why those are considered ineligible. And so those would be my questions. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you, National for your comments regarding this legislation. Are there any questions, comments? Budget Finance Committee.
This is Delegate Yellowhair. To the chairman.
Sure, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, none of the in a convenience store that ego is a chiando, Delhi to the Hoshape has long a hamburger only and on the nail. Doggy a day gone by the Haslam potato chip that they have gas station. So that is 90 to Yinita, then me out of CGA by then. The Kotida RDB or Nidius, Mayajina, my Honorable Crowdy. I should, to evaluate that in the Ilabena, Yapahawan, Yat 8 Yat AKI, see. So I cannot trade and post a long there. Edging Hitchia. Ship heard a special at a halota. They are your part and Savot Egi. Palet A Lacho. Tradik, I did every as I heard Red Mesa. The president, a lot, Kataga, that broke that. Or that, but the bidding that the president, Opa, out of it is out of business. No, it is shut down. I let Ella see your question. I said, Khalet Anta, Kakuhoni, Kaho, convenience store by the Ilya. I see, with Aro let brings good stuff, food, up at then. Even in Khalet Ella, already be all economic development, little Hazan Khanas Khata. In the Yat Etigo in Johnny at all, let the when Aliapa Hawangi, Hinel, Ala, Pesa Halala, to the Pesa of Tango. So all ye the Haki, the Opi, the house, that let Yana eat brings food, junk food, just enough what they have in their bank. So I see your Alola, 8 on honey, or Lekota, oh, she sounds unlego. A contraction could set a area, but I couldn't let what a Chianda, then not ever that a iron heart and Chian. A con gas is good for local meat gas. I could a let out. I could take a lot on his car. The very rough trading person, I think. For roofing repair, no, what I don't necessarily. Honorable Gage in the Rocky Ridge. Ajay building Hatta Ilya. That building's been there for decades. How many years ago? 1950, I thought of Ilya. That building is a major repair or to just demolish, but their plan is to move this store up to a school so the bus can purchase diesel fuel. But I tell you, the Aquaya Shahada, the Kohon, Pesaparo list, we are the Kinanat Akonde. Does not belong to that building, belongs to the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation Economic Development. So building is that and although they pay too much for a business side list, it gets everything. This goes there. It's last time they had to pay business side list. What that? The business side list in the Rocky Ridge. They don't have money, and then there's the products or produce that cost a lot of money. But you're not yet. According to all the never of that, they won't lose. That's what is your order. To children, but not Yapa, when I'm the gay. Hard to trade Aja, but check the house. I'm not Aja. Passes with peso. Aja and a home to that each. A cohons about us. See our business economic development. A co-kala height off. The heart of the Samsung. Honorable Brown told us. Her brother on Gene Tony, Chetler president. Like Eolaya had thought, the Samsung. Now, Yapahawan, Ilniki. What area should this asset? Only Opaha, they are supported snow. Not safe level. Japan, but Antole. Peso Oyota, Nicklevel. I'd like to have response back from Honorable Daniel Brahms, Senator, Checkers officials. One totally, Johanna started. Let's Honorable Henio, Chairman. Yeah, thank you.
Kushina, Ganasina, shall get Jim Yale here. With that, back to you, Shinada. I'll get the thing, bro, for a response to the comments.
Thank you for those comments. Doug and Nathaniel Brown, do you have a response to the comments?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Oh, we can hear you now.
I said I got. Okay, unmuting and muting ourselves. Yeah, question on that. That's today. As say, Craigie, Shamasana Delegate Crotty. It sounds like your question is going to be geared towards Navajo Nation economic development. I know with us, within my 3 chapters in the Canton Township, we are. First, I just want to say I'm proud of my chapters in the township who are doing the work, and we are following the orders of our Navajo leadership and thinking revenue generating ideas. And this is why, we asked for a glide path, but that didn't happen. So now we're scrambling. And also Budget and Finance Committee, with Delegate Crotty's comments, there is a part to this where our people are asking, what is Navajo Nation leadership's grand plan on the next revenue generating? We have a lot of these little revenue generating ideas. And this is the reason why I have reached out to Navajo Nation, the New Economist, and my conversation with the Mr. J.T. Willie, and also with the tourism office. Unfortunately, it hasn't been as fruitful as we would have liked, because of the, all of us have been working on combating COVID and keeping our people safe. There is, and you will see in my 3 legislations today that these are our, at least 2 of them are revenue generating. Although there's a lot of other plans that specifically with Chimbi taught that our chapter officials and chapter manager have been working on. So although I know as far as working with our BDO and economic development, small business, Ms. Elaine Young, I agree with that. So I'll let Ms. Elaine Young respond to that. Mr. Jimmy Yellowhair, I know what we really planned with Red Mesa, he did, when I was at and this is right before the pandemic, I did run into Mr. Craig Calloway over with Red Mesa, the CEO. So I did sit down with him and Ms. Elaine Young and Anthony Perry, and we did request for healthier food. So there is an option for us where they can do, I think it was called Blue Corn, where they will be serving healthier food with black bean burrito, etc. But what we're also planning on is the other water line project. We need water, a big water, to start planting our own food. So we are leadership, we're all aware that we live in the food desert, right? We only have about 11 grocery stores on the Navajo Nation, and we are bigger than the state of West Virginia. Yet they probably have 500 stores over here. So we are really, our people are far behind. So they can be the C-store, we can have fresh fruits available. The other part to this is also providing fresh food to our students, to the cafeteria also. So we will be coming before Navajo Nation Council soon again on our waterline project, which is going to be a pretty penny, something similar to the state of New Mexico. Western Agency, we do not have a water settlement in Arizona. So we are struggling, and we have to tap into some of the resources. When we want more fresh, although I know that the closest store that burned down was in Rough Rock, And the big difference between that store and this Chochimbito C store is this one is right off the highway. That other store was way far away. And that was more community centric, where like, you know how all of us are aware, well, I don't know, with the trading post, has that was a very outdated system. But now the current C stores is targeted to ours is tourism, our own people, and of course we want to provide more fresh, healthy food. So we just Chochimbito with Navajo, yes, you know, trying to keep our people safe. We have Navajo Nation Special Diabetes who sets up here. Navajo, yes, just had an event on a bike ride, and we will be having more events also. I think I hope I answered all your questions, Craigie. I was on the phone with my LDA. So we'll be listening. Yeah.
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown for your response to the questions that were being posed by the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. With this, going back to the committee, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, do you have further questions?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to see if Mr. Donnie, chapter president, needs to come and answer these questions too, because there are local leaders right there. Chairman, thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions?
Delegate, I have a question.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Okay. Delegate Brown. I have a question. I don't know who will answer this. I believe this company is of economic development. So if the building store is going to belong to property of the Navajo Nation, so what is the operating cost on it? So which will include, I'm pretty sure that Navajo Nation will include a lot of licensing for that, to keep that. So even the gas, the fuel, you put it underground or above ground, and they see that, I don't know, it's going to belong to the nation that so other than that, my question is the critical hunting, does it to operate all that? Because I think we need to know that, and where is it to be coming off of? Is it from the revenue? If there's a revenue, just like how it was mentioned that the Red Mesa has been all over the reservation. Right now, if they can't pay anything, that $5 million to assist it with the Navajo Nation funding, and it seems like they're not making any profit on the Navajo Nation. If they were making profit, they would have been subsidizing their own funds to establish another sea store. If they're not, then why they're not making any funds elsewhere? Why do they have to start another one? Looking just because of the funding available for funds that are available with the citizen funds. Or there's just opinion on that. Are they bad? So it's obvious that they're not making any money. They're not making any profit. Even now, they're sticking into citizen funds. Are they bad? Now we're talking about profit, but that's what we're getting to think about it. Either can you explain more about it, and other than that, how much would it be that to keep maintaining and operating that building there? So that's my question. Thank you.
Kushina Kela, for your questions, Delegate Elmer PBK. With that, back to the presenter, sponsor, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
So, especially Quaggy, I'm going to give time to Miss Elaine Young. She'll respond to some of Delegate Crotty's questions, and also Delegate Elmer Begay. Ado Bekede, after Ms. Young's response, we could please provide time to our Chochimbito chapter official and manager. We're all sitting here. So if we can give time right now to Ms. Elaine Young from Navajo Economic Development.
Again, this is Elaine Young in response to some of the questions, Chair and members. I just want to respond back to some of the questions that were raised from Ms. Crotty, and that in regards to the sheep spring, that is still as planned, and then as well as the UST. The UST on these fuel station is very much regulated by EPA. So if there's any questions, any concerns, or any leakage on these storage tanks, the owner operator of these C-stores have to address it and get it back up to standards. And so when we go into these agreements with these C-store, AOT and the owner operator, Bangsala. So if there's any issues, removal and all that, it's at the cost of the owner and operator. So if there's a new C-store that is built, AAAJ, they're the ones that do construct all of those USTs. If it's above ground or underground, AAAJ, they have contractors that they work with, and they have they work with EPA on a lot of these codes that are tied into these C-stores. What I can do, Ms. Crotty, is provide an update on that question and get back with you on that, and in regards to the Red Mesa on the UST question. And then as far as the, I believe it was, I think it was Nash Chitty. That C-store is in the works, and Mr. Callaway with Red Mesa is working out the details to get that rebuilt, and that right now he is working with his insurance, and I believe the community wanted to see if that could be relocated, the new store. So I can follow up with you on that as well. And to the question on as far as the Rocky Ridge, Mr. Yellowhair, I did mention that there are monies that are committed from the sales tax on the building. And unfortunately, a lot of these old buildings, we are in the repair, and that also too is that we're working with our real estate department to get these buildings tagged. And a lot of them are not tagged, or we don't really have an inventory on these, is basically because of the that these owners operators had built these buildings themselves a while back. And let me just say that when this business site lease does become, if it expires, or if this business site lease, the owner and operator is no longer operating, it becomes a Navajo Nation property. So a lot of these old buildings, it's under the Navajo Nation. So with some of our sales tax money, we've been able to do some repair on these old ones. But we need to also comply on some of these buildings too as well. So we work with risk management on some on these buildings. And the regards to the question on Elmer, I believe you brought up the laundromat. The community, I believe, at this time does not have a lagoon. Therefore, in building a laundromat for a C-store along with a laundromat, that utilizes quite a bit of wastewater, and it was a concern that it will be a continuing maintenance type of a concern for the owner operator, and then as well as also it's going to tie up just utilizing just the general water, the restroom, Mickey. So based on that, I believe the community chose to at this time hold off on the laundromat and for that Red Mesa store, Mickey. So I can follow up with my project manager as well for Mr. Jishi on that meeting. So I was at a meeting in Chichimbito and I wasn't able to attend the last meeting with on this Indian Wells C-store development. But and I believe another question that was brought up by Mr. Yellowhair is that the nation, the return on investment, the return on investments on these C-store pretty much varies on where it's located. It's going to take a little bit longer if it's out in the rural community versus a C-store which is in the growth area in Kayenta, Chinle, or all these areas. So a lot of the planning, like for the Chichimbito, it's basically looking at somewhat as a one-stop shop, meaning that we have a postal service that's available. We can also have propane also service available there, a laundromat, and then in essence, just building a mini mall in Halong, that we've structured those. And in essence, we were looking at a little bit more and possibly in line with somewhat like a flea market in Halong. So similar to there at the junction here at in Window Rock. That's what we have. So it helps and it does the return on investment, and it brings in and it generates it the revenues. It helps in those particular areas as far as the market. So hopefully I'm able to cover as much as I can here. And then if there's any particular question or any specifics, we can follow up with you, Delegate Yellowhair, as well as Delegate Crowdy, as well as Mr. Begay as well. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Appreciate Ms. Young, for your response. I believe Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair wanted to hear from Mr. Bedoni as chapter leadership. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, your agent, Mr. Bedoni.
Yes, Mr. Bedoni will be coming online.
Nisha. Yatashet chapter president Paul Matson Nisha. Edo is store from our community Egisatani Tado Chito chapter Mina Chichimto trading post. 1988, that closed down earlier. Out of the nearest one, Rough Rock Jail, the Nachanata was in the within the last 5 years. In the now Kayenta is 30 miles. Just think about it. Pickup truck with it burns about 10 miles to a gallon, and then it takes about 6 gallons to make a round trip. Then you multiply by $5 a gallon. That's $30 a day each trip you make. Then if an income gets $500 a month, like that elders, that's 60 times 5. On your fuel costs, you're spending $300 a month just on fuel. Now you only have $200 to buy your groceries. So you have to justify how much a person loses money just to travel for the conveniency or the necessity. Then all the costs and you better to yours. Either you been this also. I could here. I'm going to leave to Mr. Bedoni. Thank you. Yeah, this is Eugene Bedoni, the chapter manager. I had chair Otto members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Otto guests and Sanido, other dignitaries. One of the things that you all need to understand is the location of Chichimbito. We are located on the north side of Black Mesa. When you leave Chichimbito, you have to go to Kayenta, 30 miles away. Then you have to go to Black Mesa, which is another 25 miles up the road. You go another 20 miles before you get to the woods. I suppose it's not all let me the net at control. Oh, so the Aro catches the Akuna. Yoba the Hutchin as we don't have the coal anymore. The coal that we once had. Go Akon, Pichindo, Aleko Shapdeliago, Zondole, that it no ya, Baneta, Ebenia, Nikado Chashonde, but now Katea, Edea nature sila. She's twined it out, I know ya that. Now Carlido, Dobika the leader, need out a nitla. I don't have been at Nichindo, I'll be yielding at that. She can't eat a legal. I seen a land of cow. What ego bandit is that? Oh, Chido colony, we all have in Kisajo Bahalo. Don't need ye, need Ben Kitwood net. Did not want you see me. Oh, but as Osh does not either. I saw this not any couch. Thank you.
I can shake your for your responses. That delegate Nathaniel Brown. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Any further questions? Follow-up question? That delegate Elmer PPG. Follow up.
Yeah, my question wasn't answered by the Department of Division of Economic Development. How much is the cost of the operating cost to run that building that they're going to make? Get the hazard for those with the square footage. According to my brother, Judge Brown, in that one issue, for that building, give me that $5 million that operating cost. That's okay. I don't. So insurance that I think that can
Yeah.
the mark that it is, yeah. Thank you.
Operating, they'll be taking care of the whole insurance.
Trina, so with that, can somebody please mute your phone, please? Okay, with that, Delegate Elmer, can begin with your question, follow-up question and request it to be answered. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, through your agent, Ms. Elaine Young.
Oh, yeah. I will defer to Ms. Elaine Young to respond to that question. I'm not sure if you are on mute, Ms. Young. *6 to unmute.
I can answer that. Nate, I can answer that. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, we can. Yeah, this is the chapter manager, Eugene Bedoni. The scenario where you have an operator, operator, where how long they're the one that do all the projection. They're the one that do all the pro forma. That's exactly what they're going to sell, what kind of revenue they expect, and what kind of costs they're going to incur. So they're the one that have the proper answer to the question that you're asking. Daily owners, they do their own forecasting like that. So as the property owner, we cannot put figures onto those, what they will be selling and what they will be receiving. I don't think we had the validity to give you an accurate figure. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Ms. Elaine Young, are you still with us on the call? Okay, with that, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, does that complete your response?
Just to add really quickly, the term in the legislation, you will see the letter of intent, and there's a owner-operator agreement. From my understanding, with the Shanto C-Store and the Danahoto C-Store, their owner-operators are Sandia Oil from Albuquerque, Doug Adams, the Ajayoswa. So to answer my brother's question, Delegate Begay, the cost of operating the C-Store will be covered by the owner-operator. Ishimbenina, that's the title that they're given right there as owner and operator. So they'll be operating and they'll be taking care of the insurance part. They'll be bringing in their merchandise. They'll be setting up all the equipment inside. And the square footage, let me get that. We do have that. And also, this is another cost savings for the Navajo Nation. We're going to be using the plants from the Danahoto C-Store. We know that if we're going to design ADG, so my communication and meeting with Ms. Elaine Young and Mr. Tony Perry, that would be the quickest, and I'm saving our people's money also. ADG had don't need. So I don't know if some of you have been to the store there. There's a store, there's a deli shop, there's a restrooms, although laundromat, although the propane is outside. The only difference would probably be instead of serving Chester fried chicken, we want a healthier option. And that's AAD. So when we met with Red Mesa store Doug Adams, we did request a healthier food option. I believe it was called Blue Corn Cafe. Our people have a choice of healthier foods also. Saja, in the body of the legislation, I'm not sure what page it was on, but but I'll get you the information on the square footage of the building. Yeah.
For your response. With this, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Carter.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If we could have, I could request from Legislative Council, I'd like to request an amendment in hearing on the need across Navajo Nation and, reviewing these ARPA legislations that just do not take into consideration our community needs. I'd like to request an amendment that we could allow or include $5 million to each of the delegate regions to submit an economic development project from Sehasen. I need some guidance on that, Chair. If our Legislative Council could provide some guidance on that, thank you.
For that request. Legislative Council, Ms. Lapahi?
Yes, it's Tapahi with a T. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need a little bit more guidance and a few more details from Honorable Delegate Crotty to draft the amendment that she's requesting. I have a general idea, I think, but I do, again, need a little bit more, a few more details.
For that request. Excuse me, Ms. Tapahi, but with my sinus being so, my letters are coming out different. So, but with that, Shinadad Delegate Amber Kinosbakrani, if you would email Ms. Tapahi regarding the your request for an amendment, and then that way she could work on it.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If Ms. Tapahi can, what additional information would our Legislative Council need? And I could include that in my email request. Thank you.
Mr. Tapahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specifically, hold on one moment. Give me just one moment, please.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Ashnada, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chairman. I do not want to delay the vote as we've had a lengthy discussion. And so if Legislative Council, we could work together to have that amendment ready for the next committee. I believe in Nabagia. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. We will.
Thank you, Shinada Delegate Amber Kinosbakrani for that. With that, Shinada, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? Denoe, I'll call for the question to accept this resolution. Ramona, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Chairman Henry will call vote for legislation number 0064-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Bokrati, how do you vote?
Shadid, this is Delegate Amber Kines-Bokrati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kines-Bokrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kayla, thank you for that roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Legislation 0064 the pass goes to the next committee, which is enough. Legislation 0065-22. Peggy, if you'd read that into the record for us, please.
This legislation is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. It's gone to Law and Order Committee, Budget and Finance, Navigated and Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Nathaniel Brown, prime sponsor, tracking number 0065-22. An act relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance, Navigated committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $13,215,000 from the Citizen Fund for the completion of the Kayenta Judicial Complex, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 through 2508. There are, let's see, the Law and Order Committee has it to pass with no amendment. Chair Henio.
Thank you for that reading. So with that, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Carter.
Motion by Shanada Delegate Amber Kines-Bokrati, second by Shanada Delegate Jimmy. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, comments for this legislation?
Chair Henio, who seconded the motion, please?
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Thank you.
Are there any questions, comments on this legislation?
Vice Chair has a question.
Good, with that, Shanada Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have 20 minutes to present your legislation to the committee.
Oh yeah, Nana. Peggy Shanaho to Kudon Kitato Nani Kai. I do have my agent, Kayenta District Court. Miss Lavan Yazi is also online listening as my agent. Koho. We did submit this legislation before, and we are also taken this our proposal for the Kayenta Judicial Court Complex to the state of Arizona. Peso. We have been lobbying them for the past over 6 years. Of course, with the Kayenta Township, with the Kayenta chapter. Although we are looking high and low. We've also worked with the Navajo Nation, our Law and Order Committee, AAJA. They do have their priority listing, and Kayenta is on the top 5. We, as we are all aware, Shananta, with the Judicial Court Complex buildings and the other facilities that are much needed, AAJA listing, but I also took the advisement of Shananta, just drop a legislation that should don't need a coho, excuse me. The legislation, although as you can see also from the last legislation, we were requesting for, I believe, $10 million. And this is because of the inflation, the cost of lumber, the cost of gas. Now it's at over 13.2 million. Again, we have leveraged our own funding from the Kayenta Township on the plan and design. Although the Kayenta Township has also helped us in securing the land. Right now, this would be right in the middle of the current the Kayenta Police Department, and next to the correction facility here in Kayenta also. So we do have data with the size of Kayenta. We still have a lot of these phone calls, and what we're seeing is we did have a turnover rate with prosecution, a prosecutor in Kayenta, and also, this building will house. It will be like a multi-purpose. Besides the court, it will house peacemaking. It will house the prosecutor's office. In the past, we did have advocates as well. We want to make sure that we keep the perpetrators separate during these court hearings. Right now, we're in an old building. I believe it's a modular building. Well, it is a modular building. At one time, they had the mole, and they had to move out when our people were getting sick. But again, this just goes to show that I want to commend my our court administrator, Ms. Yazi, as well as the Kayenta Township and the leadership. So this should also show the 24th Navajo Nation Council that our people are doing the work. And this is the product of their work. And now we're coming before leadership asking for these funding. This has been in the plan for a very long time. And as the O&M portion, I know that's always a question that comes up, but I want to give some time to Ms. Lavan Yazi and expand on this project. And she has been a wonderful asset to our community, and with a judicial court here in Kayenta, she has been creative, and she'll explain that, having even going out to communities as far as Navajo Mountain, and then through the pandemic working also. And she will explain, how they have been creative and helping our people. Kwegi, Shabbat, the chair, if we can get some time to Ms. Lavan Yazi.
Agushina Hiela for that request. Ms. Yazi?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, Chair Henyo, Vice Chair Smith, and the other committee members. And my name is Lavan Yazi, Court Administrator with the Kayenta Judicial District. I've been with the Judicial Branch getting close to 30 years right now. And through the years, I've grown with this building that we're within. and getting close to retirement, I want to make sure that we have a proper facility before I leave. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be here till I'm 70 or 80, but I'm going to hang in there. But as far as the information on the complex, we sent out a Kayenta Judicial District PDF information to the committee members. And within that PDF files, it has copies of the project proposal, support resolutions from the 7 chapters that we serve, the township, the Western Navajo Agency, Navajo Utah Commission of the Navajo Nation Council, construction documents, environmental assessments, land survey, site track, Kayenta Township Master Plan, and statistics to compromise the whole spectrum of the information for this building. Plus, the key fact here is that we're construction ready. And as Mr. Brown says, the Kayenta community, the justice partners, have been working on replacing our buildings here since 2001. So we've been working on this for 21 years now, and the community has been successful in addressing the Department of Corrections, the police department, and the criminal investigations building. So since 2013, we've started working hard in obtaining funding for the district court building. And since then, we've added not only the district court, probation, and peacemaking, but we've added the prosecutor's office and public defenders, because in viewing their departments, the prosecutor's office had a trailer and that burned down, and they were in the duplex building, and then the Office of Public Defender, they don't even have an office here in Kayenta. They drive in to the city to come to court or meet with clients. So it's just not the courts we're looking at. We're looking at prosecutor and public defender. And since 2013, as I mentioned, the cost was $9 million. Now it's at $13,215,000. And it's increased $4 million through the 8 years, but nevertheless, we're intent on trying everything that we can to obtain funding. As Mr. Brown mentioned, we've gone to the Arizona legislature to look for match funding. We've gone to the state of Utah, and we're trying our darndest to get a decent building here. The current district court building that's here in Kayenta is a 56 by 52 modular building that's just a little over 2,000 square foot. And the building at the time when it was open, I believe we only had like 6 employees. Now it's double. So it's cramped and it's inadequate for today's needs, especially with the pandemic. The social distancing, we have to put everybody in their own little corners to make things work here. We only have one courtroom. There's no jury deliberation room or space for attorneys to meet with their clients. And during the days when we're open, if they bring over a defendant from the corrections for their hearing, there's no place to secure them. We mix them with the public in the lobby. And at times there's children in the lobby. So, and at times we have juvenile hearings too. And there comes a time where we have to mix the adults in with the juveniles. And that's not a good practice, but that's what the cramped quarters leads us to. And then if you've ever been in the courtroom in Kayenta, the acoustics is not very good. When somebody comes in through the front door and you're hearing, you could hear the door shut and people talking, and it's very poor for the audio recordings. And as Mr. Brown mentioned, in 2013, we had to close the building down due to mold. And in the fact sheet that I sent separately to the committee, I have pictures in there of the building, how it's set up. There's no real drainage for the building. You get set up, so there's no proper drainage, and that's where the mold got into the building. And during that time, we were forced to relocate all the court staff were in a 28 by 14 office for almost a year. So if you go into your council chambers, that back conference room, so that's how much space we had to sit in for a year. So as far as statistics, I think our statistics does show that since the pandemic, and even right before the pandemic, Kayenta is considered a mid-sized court. But if you look at statistics that's on the Judicial Branch website, our court has had the highest criminal case filing of all the districts throughout the pandemic. That's because of the hard work of the prosecutors, public defender, and the court staff. We plugged on through, and we closed out just the same amount of cases. We didn't let anything sit. So that goes not only for the criminal cases, but we worked hard on all cases, not just the essential cases. We worked on all cases because we knew that people out there are seeking orders for probate, guardianship, and that some of the aftermath of this pandemic is people need these orders as soon as they can, and we've been processing them. So the need is there. Statistics shows the numbers, and I've included pictures, and they say pictures shows 1,000 words, and I include some of the issues that we face with the building. The mold, the floors, there's no crawl space to this building. So anytime they would have issues with the water line, they have to cut a hole through the floor to get access to it. So I think the not only statistics, but the community, it's fast growing. We have a lot of tourists. Despite the mine being closed, we still get a lot of business from the tourists. And if you get a chance to look at the FY 2021 traffic fine collections, it shows that Judicial Branch collected a total of $444,006. Of that, Kayenta collected $104,606, which is 25% of the overall money that's collected for civil traffic fees. And in this FY22, by the end of the second quarter, the total on the traffic civil collections is $196,216. Of that, Kayenta collected $60,648, which is 31%. So, besides the issues we have a high volume, and we're a very high performing court. So with that, I think that's pretty much substantiates our need and request. So that's pretty much what I have, and I thank you for your time and consideration to this worthwhile project. And as mentioned, we are project ready, and on the public safety and Judicial Branch facility priority listing, Kayenta is currently at number 3. So that's what I have, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you for the response. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, does that complete your response?
Chair, I just wanted to add the biggest part to this is the work has been done a while ago, and before Madam Chair of Law and Order Committee, Ms. Charles Newton, said, is it construction, shovel, construction ready? Where are you? No, and she requested that we show her and the Law and Order Committee that we are in fact shovel construction ready. So all of you, Shananta, should have received the email from Ms. Lavon Yazi with our whole packet. We're sharing that again. The only difference is you will see that we are shovel construction ready, and the cost of lumber and material continues to escalate, and with shortage and manpower in certain areas, we have been waiting a very long time. So it's a lot of work and hours that have gone into this. Again, we're coming before the committee again. I know that the legislation do take time going through our legal counsel with our attorneys because of the shortage, etc. We will be here for questions. Thank you for your favorable consideration. Yeah.
Ken, thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
You have the floor.
Oh, yeah. So 24 Council being a committee members. I thank you very much, Lavon, to now heard your voice again. Thank you for the history of the Kayenta. I kind of grew up with that Kayenta. The building that she's talking about that was put up together myself and Edward Martin when Lavon was only almost a teenager. And thank you very much, Lavon. You still stand for your Kayenta. As a court administrator, thank you for all the history. I was there at the time when I left Judicial 2013. We were still talking about it as a Kayenta new court building, but due to the highest case of traffic and civil cases and criminal cases. So I therefore support this a judicial Kayenta building. They need it. So one of the higher cases. So I'm a witness as this advocate by Lavon here. Share cases about this. I think so. This judicial are able to so to the chairman. I'm waiting to now I can look green now. You got out of that. Thank you for this. Attorney.
Christina, you can't answer that. They'll get Jamil here. So with that, any further questions, comments?
Vice Chair has a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Hanyo and Budget Finance Committee members, and those that are listening on with the Budget and Finance Committee meeting and this legislation here before us. Honorable Brown, thank you for thinking about your community. I do recall the need in Kayenta for this judicial complex for legislation number 0065-22. I was going to ask the priority number, but that was answered. I guess I can still ask. I don't know if anybody from Law and Order is on board, but who is number one? Who's number two? Number one and number two, I don't see any requests for buildings, and I'm pretty sure it's probably Winter Rock District and Ship District. I don't know which one's one or two. I could be wrong. but I support the endeavors for funding this judicial complex. My question is 13,215,000 going to cover and build this complex? I see that there was a KTCAU-38-18 back in 2018. Kansas Township had allocated $650,000, an additional $247,771.55, and a total amount of almost $1 million, $897,771.55. Is that still available, or this was back in 2018? Well, that's a few years ago. That's about 6 years now. Is that still available to this 13,215,000 that's been requested from the citizen? The other one is Dyron Murphy Architects. Their documents is 90% construction documents. I don't see the 100%. Is that was that left out or something like that on behalf of that? Shananta. The other one is who's going to be constructing this? My question goes out to Legislative Council too. Does this have to be bidded out? I recall one of the major development that was being done. The funds were, I guess, allocated. Well, I'm not sure exactly how to say that, but the funds were there, and they had a bid for the construction. Is that where we're going with this on the $13.2 million? Is it, or is there already someone selected to build this building at this price? Is there a mechanism that we need to abide by a certain law to bid out? And I know that's always a concern of Navajo preference too, to do the work out there. Those are my questions on the legislation here. Thank you.
Appreciate Vice Chair Smith for your questions. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, Councilor, response.
Oh yeah, the question and nothing kidigi. I'll defer to Ms. Yazi to respond. The question that Ankit Jahadot. Yeah.
Miss Elaine Young, did you call Elaine Young, Delegate Brown, or?
I mean, Miss Levon Yazi.
Yazi, Miss Yazi. Miss Yazi, are you still there with us?
Well, we're waiting, Shananta. Let me respond to from the knowledge that I have also. Priority listing Anut Abka, number 3, and some of that is because of the dire need for, I know, Winderock and Shiprock, because they do not have any facilities. I did also approach, and I understand that Law and Order Committee and my other colleagues, I believe our chairperson, Mr. Jamie Hinayoshananta, you were all in a meeting with Key Bank out of Seattle. I did meet with Key Bank when I attended NAFOA a few weeks ago on the bond financing. Specifically for the Kayenta Judicial Court Complex. What I have found out is we would have to wait for the whole nation's package for that. Since I did hear that, this is why I did go ahead and with encouragement from our Kayenta Judicial Court staff, and also the Law and Order Committee did have a meeting with the township as well as a chapter and the Kayenta Police Department, and they did tour the Kayenta Court. A lot of questions were brought up. Some of them were, why can't you set up the court and the correction facility, and by law, that cannot be done. We are adhering to the federal policies as well. And there is a sense of urgency for our people. We are still in a pandemic, and I know this would really benefit not just our people, but with the work that we do as far as, sexual assault prevention subcommittee, the missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. We have our Dinesani for justice, etc., demanding justice for our Navajo people who have been harmed. Right now, there's a huge list throughout the Navajo Nation. Perpetrators are not being prosecuted, and a court hashing so and this will allow the court to continue their work and their innovative ways to help our people. Something that I did not hear Ms. Yazzie, you before mentioned that they also go mobile, going out to remote places to help our people also. And then as far as the, how is this? Yes, it would go out to a bid. And my understanding with economic development is, and the court that are involved, we can't talk about that. But that set amount is something that they would have to fall into a coho AA for this amount of money, and that is with the inflation since the pandemic also. AA could sidi kezo ajabik yeltio could need. So that is considering the inflation and the rising cost of lumber. And then it would be a bid, but I understand as delegates, we cannot influence in any way companies. So the shishadate, I don't want to be found guilty for anything if that's my understanding also. So they will go through a bidding process. I don't know if Ms. Kayenta Court Administrator, Ms. Lavan Yazzie is back online. I know I've been getting cut off on this end too, so I keep calling back in. I know that before we've been having internet Wi-Fi problems in certain areas also. I don't know if Ms. Lavan Yazzie is back on.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Ms. Yazzie.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh.
Yes, we can.
Okay, my call got dropped twice, so. Okay, let me see if I could do my best to answer some of the questions raised by Vice Chairman Smith and I appreciate the question. As far as the sufficiency of the $13 million plus figure, since this figure is over a year old, we are in contact with the construction managers that were hired by the township that put the design and engineering together. And I've asked them to give us an updated construction cost figures. And then they emailed me just this morning letting me know that they are working on it. I guess it's a little detailed work they need to go through. So we are working on updating that figure. And it is subject to change. And as far as the question of the document stating if the project design is if it's 100% construction ready, within that packet, that PDF set that I sent, there is a letter in there dated October 2nd, 2020 that's addressed to the town manager at that time from Dyron Murphy. And it does state in there that per completion of the 100% construction document stated August 20th, 2020, by our design team, the documents are not sealed with professional stamps on the basis that construction is not immediate due to lack of funding. The construction documents consist of drawings and project specifications. Once the Kayenta Township is prepared to bid the project to general contractors for construction and construction dollars are in place for the project, we will stamp and date the documents accordingly. In addition, the boilerplate documents related to the requirements for bidding will similarly be completed and submitted to the Kayenta Township. So that letter in there pretty much states that they're waiting to give it its final 100% stamp once the bid goes out and the construction dollars are in place. So that letter is in the documents that were forwarded. And as far as how the bid is going to go out, as Mr. Brown mentioned, the township has been taking the lead role in addressing the progression of this project. If it was not for them, I think I would be still sitting there trying to figure out how the whole construction process goes. So I was fortunate to have people at the township that had construction experience, and they're the ones that help us along in the progression of the obtaining design and engineering. So when the time comes, I will be reliant on them and then the Navajo Nation offices to follow through on the bid process. And then as Mr. Brown mentioned, there's another source that
Hello, Ms. Young, are you still with us? Ms. Young, Ms. Yazzie. Ms. Yazzie, are you still with the committee here?
Looks like her call dropped, Chair.
Yes, I think it did because it's kind of faded out. National Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, I think her call got dropped again. Keep getting these spam calls also while I'm on this call. I'm not sure if you have the same issue, but I think that pretty much covers. We just wanted to continue to explain the reason being Nanigi. It is a Navajo Nation court building, and I think this will also the biggest thing that what I hear is, the morality of our Navajo Nation employees. I know that we are short-staffed in a lot of areas. A lot of people retired, and unfortunately, we have lost some of our relatives to this pandemic. Ado onas dinit ik atchik edo shedene. Dide kindado nesto bedenil nisto dan. Eishin bit ando sikhudin sendo benktrayada hot etole nechin se kestaste. Dit abin si kaido ande bedeni ka. Kut diden kenand kut kut nan nishna khanelia. Na di nakhanan na di nakhati listan ketet no. Shikut adishilak elia. Koba hensen kut ajabanan deyila. Najoniye. Ado di peso bo ohiki tikhodonkiche holiago ajesho. Khahatadoni. Ko adidia hitsi higi. It was dependent on this funding also. Ado need so and just for Budget and Finance to be aware, I did reach out to the State Task Force Chairman, Mr. Mark Freeland. My understanding is Arizona chairperson of their Budget and Finance Commission, Ms. Cobb, working with the Arizona governor, they want to fund $10 million to an Arizona project, but they will not fund multiple projects by piecemealing them. They want a complete project. I have reached out to them and Mr. Carlisle Begay as a consultant for the Speaker's office. I did text Ms. Representative Jasmine Blackwater Nygren also. She said she was not aware, but she did share some other compelling information that Arizona has funding available also there's a surplus of $5.2 billion and all, but we continue to lobby and we have been there when Representative Teller was there and he has tried very hard to champion this. With the way Arizona politics is going, this has never been a very favorable. We keep coming back to the nation. So we have turned over every rock we can imagine, and khalet di khadala yad na di ashta di no beniya shinant I don't know if Ms. Young is back on or if there's any other questions. So Chair Kwegi, back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Shanada. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the questions to accept the Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you again for allowing me to speak on this legislation. There was a 638 settlement, and there was an amount that was provided to the Navajo Nation. And that settlement was around about $20 million that was awarded. And in this legislation, it says that citizen can be reimbursed by, I keep saying it all day. And I think this is the prime opportunity to utilize that 638. If there's 20 million, I'll bone it, huh? So, Legislative Council, would we do an amendment on this and tap into that settlement 638 on behalf of the judicial request for 13 million? Looking at all avenues to help out, and I think this is probably one of the best ways, because in that legislation it does speak to having that it says under 5 of 6, the citizen shall be reimbursed $13,215,000 approved herein from funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief, so long as the project expenditures described herein are deemed eligible under such COVID-19 related to our other funding sources. So I'd like to entertain that, since there was a settlement with that 20 million to utilize that funding for the Kayenta Judicial. Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith. Ms. Tapahi, were you in on that conversation, a request from Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, this is Lurleen. I did hear that. I would have to pull the previous legislation. It will take some time to do that. I'm recommending that I work through email on this particular amendment request and have it ready for the next committee. That way we don't hold up today. I would need, as I said, there's previous legislation that we need to look at. And so I would have to pull that up and look at it in order to draft the amendment properly. Thank you.
Again, thank you for your response. Back to Vice Chair Smith. Would that work for you?
Thank you, Chair Henio. Actually, I wanted to go ahead and have the committee make that amendment today. Therefore, it would be ready for the Nabikiyati, and that amendment will go forth when we do have that within the next level on the Nabikiyati committee. That's an action item we have here under the legislation 0065-22. So, let's get it done.
Okay. With that request, Mr. Tapahi, how much time would you need to do the research?
This is Ms. Bobroff. Can I chime in here?
Sure, Ms. Barba.
Thank you. The funds that Vice Chair Smith is talking about was established under CAP 2421, and it's I apologize, I cannot pronounce the Navajo word of the fund, but it is CAP 2421, and it establishes the fund in Title 12 and Chapter 28 of Title 12, and in 2801, 2805, it states that 2805 is expenditure of the fund, and it states that the fund's principal and income shall be expended upon recommendation by the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation Supreme Court through an annual or multi-year expenditure plan approved by the Law and Order and Budget and Finance Committees. Then it goes on to say any changes or modification to an approved expenditure plan shall be approved by the Law and Order Committee and Budget and Finance Committee upon the recommendation of the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. So based on that statutory provision of what I'll call the Judicial Fund, the way to include this legislation, or the purposes of this legislation, would be to include them in the annual multi-year expenditure plan that is to be approved by the Law and Order and Budget and Finance Committees. So to amend this legislation will require you basically to repeal or waive much of the judicial plan that you just established. I hope that's helpful. And now I defer back to Ms. Paez. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, for that information, Ms. Barba. And then with that, Ms. Tapahi.
Thank you. So as Ms. Bobroff said, the previous previous resolution, I believe it's CAP 2421, we would have to comply with section 2805. And there would have to be law and order committee approving expenditure plans for the use of the fund. So that has to be addressed. I don't think we could do it in an amendment. Technically, we could do it in an amendment in this legislation, but I don't think it would really be appropriate to do that because we would be undermining the intent and the language of the previous resolution, CAP 2421. But Delegate Smith's goal or his desire to have funding for this particular project coming out of this particular fund, that can be accomplished by following section 2805, by getting a recommendation of the Chief Justice and putting together an expenditure plan, looking at the existing expenditure plan, which I believe is a multi-year expenditure plan, and seeing if this particular project is within that expenditure plan. Which I have not seen that. I have to take a look at what's listed in that expenditure plan. So I think it can be done, but I think that it's just going to take some time to look through things and possibly draft separate legislation for that. I hope that answers Delegate Smith's question.
Okay, so in a sense, from Office of Legislative Counsel, this request cannot be taken up at this time then?
Delegate Yeller.
Hold on. I'm still with Legislative Counsel. So, Ms. Tapahi.
I don't want to say that an amendment cannot be done, that the goal that Delegate Smith wants to accomplish cannot be done through an amendment to this particular legislation. I don't want to say that. I would like some time to review, to obtain in the first place, to get the expenditure plan that has been previously approved by Law and Order and Budget and Finance. I would need to get a hold of that and see what's in there and see if his goal is already within that expenditure plan. And then if that's true, then we could fit his amendment into this legislation. But I have not seen that expenditure plan that was approved subsequent to this CAP 2421. And so, I mean, it's fairly recent. This resolution is fairly recent. It was only signed into law approximately a year ago, May 7th, 2021. So I do not know if an expenditure plan has been approved, and if it has, I haven't seen it. So I would need time to do that. But I do think I can have a more fleshed out answer and a game plan for how to accomplish Delegate Smith's goal. I think I can do that in time for the next committee and to have an amendment ready for the next committee to approve if indeed we can do it through an amendment to this particular legislation. I think we can, so I don't want to say no that we cannot. However, there is a possibility that we may need separate legislation, and I just can't answer that question at this point without seeing the further committee resolutions. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. Reason why I'm asking is because it's 3:20 p.m. right now, and that's why I asked initially how much time it would take to develop an amendment such as this for this request. And it seems like
I cannot do that right now. I cannot get an amendment right now.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need to hear. Vice Chair Smith, back to your request. As you heard the explanation from Ms. Barboff and Ms. Tapahi, as far as what it would entail, do you still wish to proceed with your request for amendment?
Thank you, Chair Henyo and Ms. Barboff and Ms. Lapahi, for the clarification on CAP 24-21. The reason why I brought this up, Chair Henyo, is because in this language here within the legislation, it keeps referring to the amount approved herein from the funds available. So does that language supersede what is under CAP 20? I know that there was talk about the 2805 under Title 12. It would have to be amended, but this doesn't say anything about amending 12 Title 12 2805. It just says shall be reimbursed amount approved herein from funds available, and that's what I'm gearing that towards. How do we fit that in here so that the way that this would be done? I'm not asking for an amendment right now because it's virtually time consuming, but I'm looking at what this language is saying. If we have this language in here, there's other bills out there that want to request for funding, and there is, say, state, or there is federal, or there is ARPA funds. How do we ensure that we can incorporate and replenish the citizen funds? That's my main question on that portion, Shananda. I do still want to see that go forth for the next level, NABI, to see if that amendment can fit the bill in this aspect of this legislation for the request of the $13.2 million that is for the Judicial on behalf of that, because they want a settlement. Why not use that money? And then we could look at that amendment when it comes to Nabikiya. Thank you, Chair. And you?
Vice Chair Smith, for your request for the amendment and request for more information. Office of Legislative Counsel regarding Vice Chair Smith's inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in order to actually get the reimbursement, this project would need to be submitted through the Navajo Nation's process to receive ARPA funding. And so that involves DOJ doing a initial eligibility determination and whatnot, the same way that it reviews all the other ARPA funding requests. And so if this particular project meets the requirements as determined by DOJ, then it should be eligible to receive the FRF money. And then once that money is approved, pursuant to this legislation, it would simply be deposited into the CHSN fund to replenish what is taken out if this legislation is approved. But it all depends on whether this particular project meets all the criteria and gets through the review that DOJ does to then deem it eligible for ARPA funding. I hope that answers the question. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. I did hear Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Yes, to the chairman. Yeah, Delegate Yellowhair. Let me kind of make it clear. I think we're a little bit out of order. A request that was made by to Mr. Honorable Vice Chairman, the money that was to be made available for that, the $20 million that were requested, that was my position at the time. That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with any capital expenditures. It has to do with operating with like positions that for those positions, not for building construction. I will make it clear that one. The next one is we can't use this money ARPA fund. Remember that a lot of the building that was requested by the chapter official that was denied by DOJ. Let me make it clear that one. We should just stay with as is with using request for citizen fund, and at a later date we can ask for replenish the money from another available funding. Let's straighten out this one here, legislation. Leave it as is. Don't mess around with it. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your help. Now, obviously, all the vote that these should not on in the Senate. Obviously, conduct these. Thank you very much for the floor today.
Mr. Chair, may I add something very quickly?
Hold on, please. Again, Ms. Shinada, Delegate Jimmy O'Hare for your response and your comments. With this, before I go back to the committee, Mr. Pai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot to mention, it appears that all the ARPA funding that the Navajo Nation has received has been designated for projects. And so at a later point, if this particular project is approved through the ARPA review process that the Navajo Nation has set up and through DOJ's review, there may not be any funding left. And so, there's only a certain pot of money that the Navajo Nation received, and maybe all of that will be allocated to other projects. So while there is a provision in the legislation providing for reimbursement, if there's no funds left, of course, it goes without saying, there won't be any reimbursement if there's no money left. So I just forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pai, for your response. And with that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments?
So, Shinada, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Vice Chair Smith, and then Delegate Amber Knaswa Crotty.
So here, Shinada, Lodge Dawson Taigi, Chair Henyo, so the Budget and Finance Committee members in Osanigi. ARPA funds do archnida had do inchkeda dinle yal hispanigi late 20 million haded anigi archna ajita yal biseneligi ahatot soto bendo nish archna day ya could you arpagi ani you the haskido tato Lata later. Accord I see do Azanda. Accord 8 or put down Nishkadent equata Yarligin later Nadine the milk so a judicial bodies then other the Bohonets. Bohonets ha put down Inchkado lay a big ear tidole. Accord is at Yal is a hatot so. Other than there's not the milk so. Other cogita. Had the milk so ha paid all ko paid on the store judicial building sandals put Lanan Sunday ko 8 and put inch kitchen and see that not hato all the bone it's on lady not in the milk so ha when they not jabado nito they can ajata yal person the lado Pendo Nishigi, Egota Bansis Kisako, Arpa 8 of Banstida Shinanda, Hela.
Machine Hela, Vice Chair Smith. So Ishe worked with Ms. Laureline Tapahi, Legislative Council, to work on that proposed amendment for Nabikiotia. And then I should have it ready by then. Shinada Delegate Amber Knaswa Karate, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henyo. And so I want to believe that Ms. Tapahi is providing legal guidance to this committee. I'm concerned, Chair, and I don't know if I need to write in a memo, but what Ms. Tapahi is stating regarding the ARPA allocation is not true. There is still $1.07 billion that has not been allocated by the Navajo Nation Council. And so if we could just provide legal support based off of the facts. I understand opinions on policy matter. It's natural, but I'm sponsoring the legislation 0086 or 87-22. And in fact, that is the purpose of the legislation, is to allow delegates to prioritize regional and community-based projects that are ARPA eligible and meet the criteria, since the Navajo Nation technical team has not considered these projects. So that legislation is still in play, and so there's still $1.07 billion out there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, National Delegate American Karate, and you're right. So therefore, if Ms. Barboff is listening, are you still there, Ms. Barboff?
Thank you, Chair. I am listening, and I regret that was probably my fault for what Ms. Tavares said, because I didn't explain it to her perhaps correctly. What I wanted her to remind the committee on just generally these reimbursements from FRF and ARPA funds. There's a number of criteria. One, certainly that the project be available, project be eligible. Two, that there is funding available, that there's still funding available in the FRF fund. So my apologies. She did not. It's my fault. It wasn't explained correctly. One of the things that Office of Legislative Counsel has been including in its legislation, but it's not in this one, is that the reimbursements come from additional ARPA funding. This one does not say that, so just needed to clarify how it could be reimbursed, so that people did not, that delegates and the leadership did not think it would be an automatic reimbursement. So I apologize for any confusion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Shane, thank you for that. So back to the committee, we do have legislation 006522 before us. Are there any further comments or questions? Then I'll call for the question to 0065-22. So here, no further comments, requests for us to speak. Ramona, if you would lead us on a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Hino, roll call vote for legislation number 0065-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Votes please.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Deja, Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Shannon, thank you for the roll call vote. We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
I'll give votes green.
Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, I received that
Chair,
vote.
did you get?
Yes, I received that vote. So the vote tally is 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, Shana, thank you for that. So 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation 0065 moves forward to next committee. With that, we do have legislation 0066-22 and sponsored by Shanata Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So with that, Peggy, if you would read the legislation to the record, please.
This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022. This has gone to Resources and Development Committee, now at Budget and Finance, then Nabakia Committee, then Navajo Nation Council. Introduced by Nathaniel Brown, prime sponsor, tracking number 0066-22. An act relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Nabakia Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $7,650,000 from the Citizen Fund for the construction of the Chichimbito multi-purpose building, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 through 2508. The Resources and Development Committee has a committee report that has a due pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet that's attached. Chair.
Kushina, thank you for the request. The reading of the legislation into the record. With that, do we have a motion on the floor?
Delegate Yellowhair motion.
National Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motion. Is there a second? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Brigade, second.
Delegate Elmer P. Gay, second. So with that, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any questions, comments regarding this legislation? Any comments or questions going once? Any comments or questions going once? Vice Chair Smith, you have a question?
Sure.
With that, Shanada. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, now you have the floor to introduce your legislation to the committee. You have 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Peggy, Shananda, the Nebanons Kentney Lenny. So I'm still here at the Chichimbito chapter with our wonderful staff, manager, and officials. So just watching our hard workers. So just thank you to them. Ado dikwegi legislation Chichimbito multi-purpose building. The building that we're in is was closed for a very long time. The double wide trailer, the other so right now, as I'm talking to you, you know, we don't even have room to bring the St. Mary's Food Bank inside a Quegi and Nahot during the pandemic, you know, we closed our building to keep our people safe. So and Ada Benina, you know, AD me kid. Although there's a big other plans that we have with this multi-purpose building is a museum also. It's another revenue generating. Ado AD, Big Sister Rug, the world's largest rug, the Big Sister Rug and the Little Sister Rug. It's from this community. So a museum no. And then also, they'll be displayed today and the next couple of days at the school here. We are listening to the research, the study, the analysis of tourism. A multi-purpose building. So this is one of the first steps. And with the C-store, once that is created, and the C-store and the multi-purpose building will be right off the highway, right next to the sandstone housing. The current sandstone housing, I'm actually not sure how many units there are. I think there's about 50, maybe there's more. There's people that live there, and there's a NHA housing complex. There's two of them. There's the Chilchimbito Community School. There's a housing here also. So they're and also Chilchimbito has taken a lot of other people who come from other communities in the sandstone housing. And though they were unable to find housing, so they make Chilchimbito their home now. Hopefully they can register here to vote also. Again, the big question is usually the operation and maintenance of this, but it's the current operating dollars that we have. Once the museum is open, be revenue generating also. Some really good innovative plans, taking the rug on a tour, and this is to support bringing revenue back to the Chilchimbito community also. So that's the reason that we haven't had again a new building in a very long time. So the multi-purpose building, when I was a legislative district assistant, I did drop this legislation to NHA's Nahaza. At that time, they did have a subrecipient agreement. In 2014, we dropped it, and it was declined. We were not accepted. We did not get the Nahaza grant. It was the cost of it was a lot lower also. So again, we have been looking high and low. Before AML had funding, that went away. Grand Canyon Trust, they don't give those grants to buildings also. So we're working on our own nonprofit for our community. We are again thinking outside the box, thinking creatively. We're not just always looking at the nation, but with these two legislation for Chilchimbito community, we are looking at the nation for their help. A lot of great innovative ideas that you will hear back from the Chilchimbito community with a lot of their innovative, creative work. But Craig, let me give some time to Shiche. I believe I do have the officials here with me and the Chilchimbito chapter manager. So, Chair, if we can allow the chapter president, Mr. Paul Matson, to expand on this multi-purpose building. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is the chapter president, Paul Matson. Just make it small. We've been calling it multi-purpose center. It's actually going to be a professional service. we'd like to change this whole thing into, not change, but we're working towards maybe kind of looking at it as a commerce building. We're trying to centralize a lot of our stuff. Instead of making a commerce building, or less I use big I move it out now. So we want to make it to start making a change, making a pilot program. One of the things that we look at this building is an emergency command post. It's a pandemic and or emergency assembly point. In some of the cases that we ran across during the pandemic, we might be going through this one of these years through this epidemic, and then we're going to go back into the pandemic again. We want to be prepared. Peabody used to take care of a wildfire. This might be another wildfire command post. In the meantime, it can still be a service to the community. Majority of this is going to be tourism. Then it'll be considered as an art and cultural education to the outside and to the vast open range area that we're living in. As a community leader, we have promoted trash cleanup, healthy activities. We're trying to change the image of what is Chichimito. We are new leaders. We want to start making some progress towards a positive community. That's how I want you guys to see us. And then one of the things that we want to see is that we're working on is on ways to define water inventory, finding different ways to use innovative ways to process usable water. And including inside the building. And there's something I want to bring up to Hakoshi. I'll turn it over to our chapter manager. Thank you.
Again, I'd like to greet all the members at the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair, and visiting staff, and the public. This afternoon, I want to further expand on our request for a multi-purpose museum. As you know, that our proposal had once asked for a chapter house only. And throughout the years since 1989, we had sort of took that apart and designed a conceptual drawing where we would locate a senior citizen center in a different location within the complex, and also a Head Start in a different location, a wellness center, and the post office, the laundromat, and the C-store, all in a different place, not within this one building that we're talking about. So now it took on a different face. The building will continue to serve as a multi-purpose. 24% of its floor plan is designed to be a multi-purpose. And I'll tell you what, 76% of the building is designed to serve a museum. Out of that, 1,100 square feet, 4,000 square feet will directly be a museum itself. And also the 4,232 square feet will be converted into a museum. Out of the 580 feet will be the gift shop. The 1,781 square feet will turn into a proposed gallery out of the 2,020 square feet proposed for a restaurant. Earlier, my brother Jimmy had asked about the quality of food that we will be serving over at the C-store. We're looking at running a restaurant in this location. We want to be able to provide for the tourists to have something to eat in here. A good lunch, a good meal. Fried bread and mutton stew with Diet Coke. Breakfast at Champion. For that, Aggie, didn't eat like that on this. A nice hamburger if you like. A cocoa. This is what our plan is. And when you leave Chinle and going to Monument Valley, that's a long ways. You need to get out somewhere and look at the fingers that the nice mountain formation that we have out here. We think tourists should be able to stop by here and take a look at our rug, visit our curio shop, buy a t-shirt if they will, look at our theater, look at our 2 documentaries that we have right now, and look at the displays that we have inside the museum, including the 2 world largest rugs. Where else can you see anything like this? We believe highly that potential is so great that we think that the museum that we're talking about will continue to finance itself. Once we start with this museum, upon the completion, we will allow the chapter to run it for 1 year only. I know somebody has it in their question book right now. But in that year's time, the first 12 months, what the chapter will do is put together a board of directors for the museum. And we will run it with people that have the knowledge, that have the skills of running a business, people that have knowledge and skill in running a museum. These are the kind of people we like to bring in to begin a community-run museum. And as you all know, that outside Navajo Nation right now, city council, political leaders, they're encouraging libraries, public libraries, they're encouraging the care of the forestry, they're encouraging public parks, and they finance them. These are changes that are largely taking place elsewhere. I think the Navajo Nation leaders, Nisha Budget and Finance Committee, I think you can do the same thing. I think you can create something for the kids. I think you can create something for the people. Where can they go to learn how to weave? Where can they go to learn about rugs, about the arts and crafts, about a lot of things that is not available right now? This is an alternative. I want you to be the first one to step forward and say, I will make that difference. And the prosperity that's coming tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, I'm going to create something for them. This is what I'm asking for. This is what I'm looking for. This idea had been put together back in 1986. It's already gone through the request for finances. It's shovel ready, construction shovel ready. It's sitting right here waiting for you to finance it. Kudo inzan. Oh, hayit adab and yet and that OAU projects. What ego? They're only social services program. What finance that. This is something that will bring revenues into the community. This is something that will create jobs. This is something that we believe that will bring finances into the tribal treasury. This is a strong potential. What more can I ask you for? We're asking for finances of $7,650,000. The cost at the time when it was proposed was only $4 million. On October of 2019, the construction cost was estimated to be $5,250,000. And since that time, using some of the research that I had, because of the pandemic, material costs had gone up 20%. And the labor costs had gone up 25%. That's how I had arrived at my estimated $7.6.5 million. Thank you. Maya.
Delegate Delegate Nathaniel Brown, that complete your presentation.
Go ahead.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Does that complete your presentation?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now, right? Yes, that completes our presentation for this Cheshire 12 multi-purpose building.
Was this deferring to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chair Smith, your question? Vice Chair Smith, also, could you please mute your phone? Vice Chair Smith, going once?
Yes, I'm here. I was just waiting for that to be someone to mute their phone. Thank you, Chair Henry and Budget and Finance Committee members, and Honorable Brown for presenting this legislation 0066-22 for a multi-purpose building. My question is, in Exhibit D, there is $300,000 that's been appropriated for year one. I hear that it was project ready, it was ready to be built, and it was ready to go. But yet now we're asking for $7,650,000 additional. And if you add the two up, you're asking for $7.9 million. $7,950,000 to complete this project, including the CAP 35-18 allocation back in 2018. Or are you? Yeah, that's what's happening here. That's my question on behalf of this legislation, because there is funding that was supposed to be used year one, but it's still there. Is that how I see this? Back to you, Chair Henio.
Yeah. I think I did hear Chair Henio. I can barely hear you, but question not hot this question Delegate Raymond Smith for your question. That 300,000 was that's already used for the plan and design. Stroh Construction out of Prescott is the company that the chapter worked with after the bidding and the whole process. The ADG and the chapter made the final payment of I think it was over $14,000. So the plan and design is completely paid for also. Although as far as the citizen dollars, I believe you kind of alluded that a little bit, but the 1.3 million that Chochimbito, I earmarked the 1.3 million to each of my chapters, and that 1.3 million was used on the down trail, a part of that. And then in collaboration with with Light Up Navajo recently, they brought their personnel, their electricians to our Chochimbito community. So that was used for our people, and now those 20 plus homes have been paid for, or they have electricity. 7+ million is for the multi-purpose building. So we do have a really beautiful plan here. Again, just local governance, and so I'm just excited about the other plans. It's not on the agenda. The legislation, I won't talk about that. It's really exciting with some of the other plans that we are embarking on. Alcohol, the 7 million is for, we're asking from citizen dollars again. And I know that it's with this committee, let me ask you, or food for thought, it is up to this committee and the 24th Navajo Nation Council how we're going to use the American Rescue Plan. Is there a way that we can try to fit some of these projects into the ARPA dollars? I know in the guidelines there's a specific language where it says no new buildings. As long in CHSN dollars, in the body of the language, the legislation says as long as there's leveraging and it's for Navajo people on the Navajo Nation. They're requesting for this building. The legislation non-so. But I hope I answered your question, Delegate Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. for that response. Back to the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Thank you, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate the legislation, Delegate Brown, and the work that you've done on the committee and how you have supported projects across Navajo Nation. So we appreciate that. And with your request in asking the committee to support this multi-purpose building, Shaz, what I wanted to ask was, in terms of priorities, how is the community prioritizing what projects that they want to concentrate their time and energy on? We also want to make sure that the community is successful with these projects. And some of the things that we've learned in reviewing the Sehastin projects and the Permanent Trust Fund, and now we'll be again discussing ARPA, is the type of dedication that is needed from the chapters who are requesting these projects, and the capacity of Navajo Nation to move these projects. So I think I would want to know from the community how they prioritize whether the C-store or the multi-purpose building, and how much chapter funding has been used, whether it was their capital outlay dollars, their sales tax revenue, what is being developed in terms of how to prioritize these projects and sustain the projects for the community. I don't have access to my WIN system, but I would just want to know what's in the chapter's coffers, how much money they have in their balance, and how much are they have they invested in getting these projects off the ground. Thank you very much, and I have a few other follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Back to your sponsor, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, yeah, I don't care. Peggy, the Masana, this kid, Delegate Crotty. With Chilchimbito, we have some of these funds and have been used from the RBDO, some of the tax dollars, and some of the chapter funds, and there's multiple projects. So the priority right now is, according to the chapter resolution, I believe it is, and correct me if I'm wrong, officials, is if it was between the C-store or the multi-purpose building. I know at one point it was the C-store was really what our community members want to buy locally to get gas and during this pandemic, so travel could be limited. But we also have a lot of other plans with the hydro plant, and there's a lot more. We have a long list, so this is only the two of them that we have. So again, it's at the encouragement from Navajo leadership to work on these projects. So we have been, my chapter officials and chapter manager took Navajo leadership on this, and now they are working, I guess, every day on this. You know, they've attended the economic summit recently also. So they're always looking for creative and innovative ideas. And I can't limit my chapter officials and manager to just working on just one or two projects. But there are a lot more. We still need water and power line projects. But this is listening to our voters here, our people here in Chichimbito. This is how they prioritize. And I believe that this is also in the same fashion that we have submitted to ARPA we did submit, and we have been meeting with economic development and also Dr. Pearl Yellowman, and we are also in communication with Tom Platero. So we and then also the Arizona state legislatures. One final point would be with Western Agency, we passed a resolution to the state of Arizona that we want a portion of the TPT funding. So on average, about 16 million to 25 million is made from just Navajo people in the state of Arizona, but we do not receive any of that funding back. So it is very difficult and challenging to work with the state of Arizona. Right now, I just heard back from Representative Jasmine Blackwater Nygren. So she reached out to their lobbyists, and they're not aware of some of these budgets. And she said, unfortunately, it's probably behind the door. So again, we want to set up something like how the state of New Mexico has their TPT funding and how the Utah Trust Fund, and those fundings are specifically allocated just for those state chapters in New Mexico. But in Arizona, we do not have that luxury, even though we lobby with our chapters, the Arizona leadership. So we do not have the luxury of a trust fund for Utah chapters and the New Mexico funding also. So this is why we're also coming back to the nation and another area. So I don't want to. Yeah.
For your response to the Budget Finance Committee. With this, Budget Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Claudia.
You have the floor for a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the response, Delegate Brown, and hearing from your officials. What I'm reviewing is all of the Sehasen proposals, and in terms of like how we prioritize. Chairman Henio, we're coming to the budget season, and so something that would be helpful for this committee and this council is to get that 5-year capital improvement project listing from the Division of Community Development. This administration has not produced the forward with funding. Sehasen does not require to be on that plan, but it would give good guidance to leadership on terms of how communities are prioritizing. What my concern right now is if do we have Office of the Controller on the line, and if we could just how much money we have in Sehasen, and if the Office of the Controller either has or can give us a breakdown by legislative district on funding that has been appropriated, and then what funding is available, because what the best scenario would look like project by project. Delegates know how much funding they potentially could have and pull together their project listings for Sehasen. Chair, may I ask that question if there's if Madam Acting Controller is on the line? Thank you.
Peggy, the Office of the Controller on the line.
Chair Henio, we can't hear you. Were you saying something?
Okay, there it is. I have to keep switching from my car audio to the phone speaker, but Thank you for that request, for your comments and your request to Office of Controller. Peggy, is the Office of the Controller on the line? Do you see them?
They have texted me saying that their calls keep dropping. So I'd have to look, but if you will recall, during the spring session, the delegates did receive Exhibit B, which is the information dated February 28, 2022 from the Controller's Office on citizen projects listing. And that's several pages, Exhibit B. And there's a memo dated March 31st, 2022 from the Office of the Controller that was provided to you the first Monday of April spring session, which is April the 18th, to all of the delegates. You all received one, and I have a copy too.
Christina, thank you for that response. Also, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, are you on the line? Can you hear me?
I don't see them on the call.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office.
Yes, sir. Mr. Willie, thank you. Were you able to capture the question and request from Delegate Amber Knasbakari?
I captured the part about Sihasen, and then she started asking about if it could be broken down by, and then the call just dropped. It's been like that all day. My call keeps on getting dropped, but the Sihasen, it sounds like Peggy, Ms. Nakai actually gave you the balance, and that was, she was correct. I did send that out earlier, the latter part of April, the beginning of May, so the balance is on that schedule, which is $403,107,795. As far as breaking down, if I could have that question repeated, please.
It's being broken down by each delegate region's areas as far as what the current project listing is like, and then from there on we could decide where to go.
Oh. Mr. Chair, I don't have it broken down in that manner. I know that I think it was CAP 3518 did have it broken down in a certain way, but there's been a number of changes in those projects, and not all those projects have been set up. So like year 3 of that set is actually not in the system, and I think that's by design because I believe there's a directive in a couple of weeks anyway, but I'll update you on that. According to the memo that was released a few years ago by the former controller, the countdown does not start until the budget is actually set up in the system. So community development does not want to set up some of those budgets until they're ready to go on some of those projects. So that year 3 would be something that we'd have to look at and then break those down. Community development might be able to assist in answering that question. I don't know if they'd be able to readily answer that question today because the number of extensive projects that are in CAP 3518. The others don't look as intense as that one, but I know that one was over $100 million, and it had a number of projects related to it. So sorry, Delegate Crowdy, but I don't think I can break that down today, but I need assistance from community development in short. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Willie. I think not just focusing on 3518, but looking at from there on this way. The 24th Council and Navajo Nation Council has allocated citizen funding for other projects within the through legislation. So maybe include those two also. As far as with the 24th Council, what has been allocated and what still fit, as far as what's earmarked for what project, for what delegate region.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I noticed when I was looking at my report, that there are some water projects left over from the previous council, which is like 2 councils ago, that are not completed also. I believe those are all Jason John's projects which are still pending also too. So I guess those would have to be included also. And I think those are the 2 of the bulk ones that have a lot of extensive different projects related to it. The others don't seem as intense, and they actually focus in certain areas like Tonalea or the Ganado Senior Citizen and such. The only other one I can think of is the chapter heavy equipment. So I guess we'll begin to look at that listing, Mr. Chair and Honorable Crotty and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for your assistance to the committee. With this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio.
Peggy?
Yeah, thank you. This information that is being requested, when did you want that to be reported to you, or is that just a written response? I just wanted clarification on that. The other one is, what is the current balance of the UUFB?
As far as the way I'm picking up this from Mr. Willie's response is that he does not have it readily available. So therefore, it would have to be a written response to the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Sheena, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I call for the question. Resolution legislation 0066-22. If there are no further questions or comments. Ramona, if you lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote for legislation number 0066-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy
Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and 2 members voting.
This is Delegate Crotty. My call dropped. I apologize. What is the vote on?
Okay, the vote is on legislation number 0066-22 on the main motion.
Okay, on the main motion. No amendment.
I'm sorry, yes, on the main motion, Deja.
Okay, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green a bit further.
Okay, thank you, Deja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and 1 member not voting, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Ramona for the roll call vote. 4 in favor.
Yeah, just don't give
opposed. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Voting green, yeah.
Ramona?
Thank you. Yes, I got that, Chairman. For the vote tally for legislation number 0066-22 is 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Christina, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Moves to the next level, and thank you, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, for this legislation. With this, defer back to Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Tenio. And again, I apologize, my call dropped. But Chairman, can you request from Speaker's office that we have a Nabakiaket session fully dedicated to Sehasin and all of the Sehasin related projects? And because it was asked when, Ms. Dalkai was asking when should this report from the Office of the Controller. If we could get a date, then that would when we would need those documents. Again, my concern is that we're submitting project by project, and it just creates tension on the council floor. But if we could work together, then we could create an opportunity for every delegate to pull together their projects that have similar need and similar requests. So I could give you 7 projects right now, and bring on 7 chapter officials, and they would probably all have the same request to help their community as we would as we have in our own communities that we represent. If that's a possibility, thank you, Chairman Henio.
Agashina, thank you for that request, and I'll reach out to Speaker Damon through a memo requesting for a Nabakiaket work session after we received the written report from Office of the Controller regarding the request that was made earlier. So with that, let's move forward to the next legislation, 0089-22. I did see Delegate Odoso here. So with that, Peggy, if you read that legislation into the record.
Can you give me a second? I'm trying to write down the notes.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. All right. Legislation number 0089-22 is assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, Thence Health, Education, Human Services, Thence Law and Order Committee. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Otto So. Sponsor, tracking number 0089-22, and action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and amending the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Police Department. The exhibits and such are attached as referenced in the legislation. No comments from the internet public review. There is a memo that was attached from the Office of Legislative Counsel dated April 29, 2022. Chair Haley.
Thank you, Alan, for the reading of the legislation. With that, do we have a motion on the floor?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, are there any questions, comments regarding this legislation 0089-22?
Vice Chair has a question.
Vice Chair Smith. So with that, Delegate Odoso, Vice Chair. Okay. Delegate Odoso.
Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, and good late afternoon. Pertaining to this legislation 0086-22. This legislation is a legislation that is brought about a proposal from the Navajo Nation Police Department. Our public safety day has any the current plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Police Department. Tashin so has any initially Ntato Nego and this is what a lot of our programs should be doing, changing up some of their plan of operation to better fit the need of the direct services that's being provided. And in this case, the direct service is public safety. Program that they carry they nishiki yiki had nehiki to had yaiko nihta nihto ade additional ati de kodo no ito bahna dos kito ewadon da audio watch so ya di behas aninda kangi kujin hin hasla akoko as legislatures akoko epic akoko ya so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn some time over to my agent, chairman, Deputy Police Chief Ronald Silversmith, to expand on the plan of operation. Chair?
Christina Biho as your agent. Deputy Chief Silversmith.
Shinatani, Honorable James Henyu and Council delegates, they kodo shite jito ku sala nantai ku lanjut asatai bigato dasata kodo shinanish, and some of the things that we're advancing for is le nasa bahot alige kunde public safety facility but huintedo kunde ndahito no. Then as far as the current facilities at kunas niligi steht dort nicht do HVAC system, air conditioning do, heater do hat ishi tondas auto Bandas Ago Kunde Atun Kunde Ton Choi that's it as Nini that Kage needs Kunde Banda Ho Auto needs on that Choda Kage unleaded facility maintenance store but in the wheel Nande Ade and then hit it no don't hit at it a door clothed peso being the hostel no special funding or outside funding used to construct these facilities. So on here the building maintenance work at the Haloni Benina only tonanis the other positions reclassified the to a building maintenance supervisor. Even Nashako Nasco Bahot Arthur only Tabagaho Zando Sahot Sodo Aja Kinda Nihidonle not Ani Naz Ajabanda Tahidonle Tosakanle Dalkando. So some of the sub office Bendahat Agiben Ya Anhe Nihastri Yinda Nisto Lechatno Benashkoto Kunde Betahotesta. I don't know do Tahat Nendo Anhe. He can ba da Julian licht anche hat ishin da hat schon ist ein Teil hat Teil ido licht die no but house dit I da kunde she kella Teil nicht existing position de clini chda to ihi benashkodo kunde was she ya di plan of operation change do listo so we can create a facility maintenance department. A lot of these overhead costs, O&M costs, come from our general funds. So right now, we have to contract our maintenance services out to local community or local border towns. Ade khana al tahanda aye ga bata allo da kto based on nature da hat da bana ajo o based on hin day bana kto kuda an internally within the Navajo Police Department. Facility maintenance management unit and dot no about this. So you see the other thing is our human resource management. I guess some of the challenges that we always been challenged with is legislation but on the qualification and assessment. You see Division of Public Safety so spahin teto silaw banan nisto yego yeda hasni given na the kushi satin hits disqualified na even na an he silaw banan dan linigi trained at no with DPM. So we've been having several meetings with Department of Personnel Management to retrain our police commanders to get certified by DPM to do qualification and assessment to look at you see law but the hoye to such a kunde and hitna halit us la la ina to please at skin so the nini benna quite halit an hi jo dide chindan lini kunde na so kunde na nishni da yokedi kilo ade ya hikato le no banasto ajo buddhist ado asati the no ajo research bande. And I think one of the programs we're looking at is Department of Head Start on how they're running their HR management system. Though Kadeya natin sa beda khegi kunde she kedo ekenal de kunde slaw de schlechten zinigi yago akundo ni di no da banausi ando be ta beda khege ndo ni da but how they start shnat ani naslini. Okay, what's the 18-year-old hiring age? You see, Sago, Kunde, Michael Chindan Lini, Salatish, Lichtan Zinigi, Eben Nashkudo, Halit Abashed at Neat, Halit Bashed out at the Neat, that the no, but the house dead, Ando Kunde, Anihe. HR manager Baliada they up in Janoyidish Nishado had issued an Ziniki position up in at ski so it's a law didn't he train it that list only how to see done no but I need to to improve and enhance our recruitment and hiring process. We have a background investigation unit that's comprised of civilian staff. HR management to where it'll better fit our hiring and recruitment processes. It's just a matter of realigning a lot of these programs on some of these changes in some of these sections. Property management to better account for our property to improve our asset accountability. BI aiding the audit and the centralizing our property facility in Chinle, that way officers don't have to travel too far to get new equipment. So better accountability as far as issuing of police equipment. Information and technology Juk at the you an hanan the IT. Alla at ski so basin sick case and kaida the dod nishigi. I just IMS information management section. Position change. There's some staff that are working in the IT field, but it's just a matter of creating an IT component for Navajo Police Department so we can readily do maintenance to our computer-aided dispatch system. Based in the case that hit Adam that skitla that ilbo other yin that listo adot and Joe and they although software update that ninida and but yeah Joe and no. And I think one of the other projects that's going is out west with or out east with Shiprock and Crown Point District, creating a one centralized public safety access point. Computer software, though technical services, integrating the different computer software. Component, the administrative component, the Slinigi Information Technology Unit. I think that's what we're striving for, to improve law enforcement services to the Navajo communities. Juk at inle fata tuba city de khada hot ihoda inle Crown Point na gada ajo but now ad ni ka do chata ninida to eliminate a lot of these transferring of our community members to different districts when they can actually go to a centralized access point. The technology to improve those services. Feasibility study for the Western area. So in order to get a lot of these programs going and positions created for some of these new components that we're moving, personnel management department a change in the sound some of our fiscal management and our support services are currently directly under the division director's office. Personnel management section that chief of police, those three components. Navajo Police Department and no hiring of police officers is primarily the personnel section for NDPS headquarters. They primarily deal with commission and civilian hiring and paperwork process for the Navajo Police Department. Support service, Navajo Police Department, they're not really responsible to other programs within the Division of Public Safety. So fiscal management, they only deal with Navajo Police Department's 638 contract, general funds budget. So we were in the plan of just diverting those three components back under the Navajo Police Department. I guess that's where the auxiliary services division or the auxiliary services section is, to ensure the continuity of law enforcement services. Based in the case, not on telephone lines. So we have a backup cellular technology that we use to rely on to do a lot of these backup services. So you see, that way we don't delay police services to our community. Although professional standards division is just primarily to enhance our recruitment and increase manpower throughout the Navajo Nation. So with our 18-year-old hiring proposal, right now we're really at our ringers in as far as qualified 21-year-old. So the background checks I see in the hot the Kuidishi awal yako das credo the bubble down net zada. We try to do the best we can to adjudicate a lot of these applicants, but according to a lot of these federal laws, firearms laws, na tinida do babo da hanez and eben nas kodo kunde oyo apaya hando no shi in the high school do da khade ade che khagi kushi oyu but khadi khido adan da idil kido sladish le beat at the head dash and nachia da the yash engine of the last little listen that no da nishin da hodna chindo and need da kray hoda no and hishin da hodna even nashkodo but da testa you see ben ja it a kunde ben yana so sni da nishin zo kudo jo endo nito jo yat eho hisla bahorando kunde nashko benata annisto le no si binyata don hitahni yarli do he ade da is not do ban he so kudo kunde etshno kudo hitahni yarli shidna he
Chairman? Or Vice Chairman?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I was muted. I didn't even know I was muted. I was talking away. Che, Delegate Odoso, how do you for your presentation?
Yeah, it all quite just I know you had in China and the Saho the initiative Ajit Salah, but on the Shija Ajit initiative that has on hardest Nahiki 88 any task solution and Akoko Koko ya could only his nas net the quick or shape plan of operation the underline additions to that, and then I believe there may be some overstrikes. Agency being that Zoto be hada Zoho what ego ya depends on ya hotani that is so. In exhibit A. Aro exhibit B ya kodo ya hadis hands ya but the hojin ke agitanas in ya Department of Justice deeming this plan legally sufficient. For a behs ani dashin sago ya bekaho ya hadit hadit and the old plan of operation was LOC AP-08-18. Ako adike ya tipe na ni koko AD ya kodo ya hada dos ni ho ya ta ini ste ya abik ya ta ini sto ni ta we couldn't he can understand how lange ako what open his station and ato there is no ke ko who saw the chairman. Thank you.
Appreciate your lunch, Vice Chair Odoson. With this, the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Chair Henio, Shanella for this legislation. Mr. Silversmith for the information provided me on the Navajo Police organization. I do agree that it does need to be updated every so often. I was looking at the legislation in itself saying that under LOCAP-018, kind of publication. The Navajo Police Department in Section 3 talks about the public safety under Title 7, 254 and 18 U.S.C. 1151. My question is all your officers, are they all federally recognized as what they used to call back in the day SLEC, Asian Dating, on the commission cards? And I know that the past chief of police was trying to get that coordinated, and some of the officers didn't have post standards, or they didn't have federal standard commission cards. That is very important because we have a lot of visitors come onto the Navajo Nation that are non-Navajo, and we rely on sometimes the county and the state, and we even cross-commission the state too. They are on the Navajo Nation citing our folks. Well, the other one is the training. This is advanced law enforcement education, training curriculum, and standards for police personnel. There is that Navajo Nation General Post for basic on that same page 6 of 7 regarding that legislation that talks about the post standards, and are the rangers and fish and wildlife and forestry, and have they been commissioned to enforce Navajo Nation laws on the Navajo Nation? And I know that you said that you have limited personnel, limited law enforcement officers. The reason why that Navajo Post was done was to help alleviate those gaps in between. And in that 638, it says too that there'll be 24/7 coverage. And a lot of people are saying, so in other words, they're saying we don't see police officer until maybe days later. How do we address that? And I'll bring this up again because I know Nahatadzi is always saying, it's allowed. And they're ready to turn that building over to Senior Citizen Center. Nobody's using that building. And then after that, for days, even weeks. So I think Nahatadzi is wanting to just go ahead and convert that sub-office into extended senior center, because senior center wants more room. And I haven't heard anything, and I emailed the concern to the chair and vice chair from the Nahatadzi regarding that issue. Now, his Ani on behalf of the contract, saying that there should be one officer in new lands and also even in Tahajale, And to this day, I don't know if Tahajale has an officer, but over here in Sanders, we have a sub office, so we just need a personnel to be stationed there. And that's even saying that there's no officer at that location. So I know that you guys get the 630 contract, and the chief of police, I see, he has the authority to say, well, we're going to send an officer down there. That's what it says in this LOCAP 08-18. What is it? I saw that chief of police. The chief of police of the Navajo Police Department shall include, but not limited to, the following: manage and control activities of the Navajo Police Department, ensure cooperation and coordination between the department and other law enforcement agencies, to supervise, control, and other applicable grant, to report directly to the, and then there's other ones in here saying to ensure employees provide necessary training and education to effectively, efficiently carry out their duties and responsibilities. So within that, the chief of police has the authority to say, and being an ex-law enforcement officer, we were told to go out there, and if there was no place to stay, sometimes you had to stay in the chapter house. Rangers with that, they stay in the chapter house, and then finally they get a place to stay out there. So this is the big concern that's happening within Nahatazzi, and this was passed back in 2018, Law and Order Committee, and it was signed by Pro Temp Chairperson Herman Daniels for the law enforcement. Concerns, though, questions on that, are they all post standard? Are they all Arizona, New Mexico, Utah standard? Are they BIA special law enforcement commission cards? Do they have those to enforce these laws and regulations? And then, do we have a drug unit too? Do we have a drug unit? I know I brought that up when I was in Law and Order. There's a lot of folks running around I-40 here. Reports of them dealing drugs and selling it and buying it and using it. And crime rate is getting out of hand, Shananda. So those are my questions and concerns. Thank you, Chair Henning.
Shane Gatlana, Vice Chair Smith, for your questions regarding this legislation. With this, refer back to Che. Shananda,
Thank you very much. Before I turn the table over to Mr. Silversmith, Honorable Raymond Smith is referring to the 630 contract, and this current legislation is pertaining to the plan of operation. Koko na ke be ani. Koko diki ya the inishiki hotedo. The 638 contract is a contract that is another issue. So, Chairman, just would like to see if we could refrain just to the plan of operation to what's pertaining to this legislation, and my agent just to answer the areas pertaining to the plan of operation, questions relating to the plan of operation. Once we start expanding outside to the outside the scope of the plan of operation. Yeah. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Silversmith just to speak to the questions that's relating to the plan of operation. Okay. Mr. Silversmith?
Yeah, Adi, Nightin Kidi, Shanantaido, Shana, the Tanido, We also have our Chief of Police, Daryl Noon, on the line as well. So he'll probably be providing his response. Dida, a lot of our officers are new recruits. They're actually graduating with a federal commission because they're following the guidelines of the Indian Police Academy. BIA, so they are the to law did it dan they have their federal commission. And a lot of our senior staff currently, when we went through the academy, we have our Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico commission. So training certificates to maintain your certification. Santa Fe, New Mexico State Police, the so late the Utah State Highway Patrol, the so they already have their SLE commission, and some of our police districts are also going through the process of getting their staff fully commissioned with SLEC. New lands, we always had an officer and a sergeant down there, and it's always been, they've always have been down there. Reports that they in the EC we actually have an officer that stays over there 8 to 5, actually doing police service work down in New Lands. Captain Linin Lejo, Alamo area. But the sometimes they have to cover a Crown Point area just to get officers out in these remote areas. But the plan of operation drug unit. If you follow our Navajo Police Facebook page, Honorable President Navajo Nation, our social media page, the drug unit. Kunda tinit lej ka kunda chdiye go de jegi nda yichladi do aja banana de any de kuishi ada sala aja ndad le shot ado dide ton chwa banda hanni da do hat ishi zait na islaida kunat hat ishi da da askun kdo kunda banana de do in le at kunda yisi yego. But in the house, the non shitty on so base a budget that quaggy non shitty agent, Nikis loggy that I although the Rangers had Ninigita Kunde but the hot under the new Navajo Post standards had Ninigi ishi MOU that needed and the AD but the initial kick it big hadley it at the neck as in each has steed the store Nisalab and she could Banaho she needs Hanado Honorable Henio.
Silversmith. Those to the Che Delegate Odoso, does that complete your response?
Yes, that completes my response, which Silversmith responded to the post standard and the cards that are issued for the federal commission officers. The other he responded to relating to the Navajo Nation Rangers, and I believe the Navajo Nation Rangers and the Fish and Wildlife and the Ranger Enforcement, the Department of Justice has an opinion out that they can't really enforce that issue due to liability. They can't enforce Title 14 and Title 17, and I think there was one more title in there that they can enforce due to the fact of the liability issue. So as of now, our Navajo Nation Rangers and our Rangers that are I think they're with the Parks and Recreation Department Rangers and the Fish and Wildlife, they only stay within the scope that their plan of operation and their Fish and Wildlife has a certain contract, and they have to stay within that scope because they enforce the Antiquities Act out on the things pertaining to like eagles and so forth, like poaching laws. Thank you. That completes the question. Thank you.
For your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
So Chair Haney, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
So yeah, and the reason why I was asking about the application on the Public Law 638, it's in this LOCAP-08-18, the purpose and objective. So this is the application of these objectives is subject to the terms of the Department's Public Law 93-638 contract. So that works hand in hand. It's not us something. You have to have your plan of operation within the guidance of the Public Law 93-638. Shenandoah, Captain Silversmith said that he wanted to give some time to the Chief of Police. I want to hear his side and see how he's, since he's been taken over as the Chief of Police. I'd like to hear his on this legislation, basically because of it says that the Chief of Police is also listed as his duties and responsibilities. He has the authority to say and to conduct investigations in major and minor crimes committed within territorial jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation in coordination and cooperation with other law enforcement agencies. Navajo Post, because we do have with internal DOJ I see the legislation 2000 Bishmas not Dean Tati Nigi Lata Snido the Staggy President Russell Begay law. So it's in law. It's saying that these with that how they're interpreting it in a different fashion. Law was passed on that. So I'd like to request that here the new chief, and I know that we had the other chief that was with us for a while. He left us, and now we have Chief Noon with us.
Vice Chair Smith, for your request, defer back to the sponsor. Delegate Odoso.
Yes. And the plan of operation indicates that the application of these objectives is subjected to the terms of the Department's Public Law 93-630 contract. I just don't want to have two items to go at the same time because this discussion is pertaining to the plan of operation. The 638 contract, that's a document that's already law, and that is the guiding factor. So plan of operation. So this would like to keep the conversation to the plan of operation amendment. And moving forth, I'm going to go ahead and give some time to the Chief of Police, Noon. Thank you. Chief Noon?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chief Noon, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I tried calling in on my phone and it wouldn't go through, so it took me a while to get on, but I appreciate the time. Thank you, Chair Henyo, Vice Chair Smith. Special thanks to Vice Chair Aroso and the Law and Order Committee, and hello to all the Budget and Finance Committee members. And the discussion of the plan of operations, I think what we're really focused on is trying to create efficiencies within our department. We have a lot of expectations placed on us from you all, from our leaders, and we're trying to create an environment to where we can meet those expectations. I know that there's been a lot of criticism. A lot of people, have issues or complaints with police and police response. And, those are the things that we're trying to address. And by updating this plan of operations, it kind of helps us get in to start building the foundation of the new Navajo Police Department. And what we're trying to plan is a department for the future. And this is something, that I say to the staff all the time is, the end I'm not going to see the end product. It's going to be up to those who come after me, to get to where we want to go. So when we talk about that, there's no doubt that we are short-staffed, but I have no doubt that with your all's help and leadership, that the focus is always going to be there to hire more police officers, to train more police officers. But what we want to also, we don't want to forget the people who do the majority of the work, and that those are the professional staff of headquarters and the districts. When I say professional staff, I mean the civilian staff. The people behind the door or behind the curtain, doing all the work for all the good that we're trying to accomplish. And so by creating this new plan of operations, we are trying to establish or create a professional work environment that's stable and provides steady and strong leadership for all of our employees at Navajo Police Department and, Navajo Division of Public Safety. Moving forward from that, as we continue to work with our committee, the Law and Order Committee, and I have having conversations with Delegate Crotty, there's a lot of funding opportunities out there, and there's a lot of things that can help us, get to where we want to be and be competitive and have, bordering law enforcement agencies, stop stealing our officers, because, that is happening. And so we're in a position now to where we can actually create an environment where we can stop that. But what we need is the ability to move quicker, because unfortunately, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody on the call, but we work in an inefficient government. And a lot of the times what happened is, we end up taking that mentality and those methods with us back to our departments or sections, and all the little silos go up. And so you have all these little silos and big silos, and people are not communicating, people are not being cooperative. And so we're trying to break down those walls and so that we can answer the call of, you know, creating hiring incentive, hiring bonuses, creating longevity bonuses to keep our officers that have been here for years and have dedicated, you know, all this time and effort to serving the Navajo people, keep them here, because we do have a lot of talented people who work for the Navajo Police Department. So we're just trying to create, you know, the opportunities and the ability to keep them here with us so that they can continue to serve the Navajo Nation. And just, you know, I know that we talk a lot about, you know, people coming back to Navajo after and bringing back their experiences and training and stuff and helping the Navajo government. And I think that came, you know, with Chief Francisco, and I'm hoping that I'm able to provide that to the nation as well. But I think what's also important is, you know, a person like Deputy Chief Silversmith, you know, he represents the legacy of the Navajo Police Department, and we can't forget about that. So I'm very grateful to have him on board, and I just want to commend him here publicly for all the work he did on this plan of operations. And it took a little bit of time, but I appreciate, you know, the support that we get. And so really, I mean, just in discussions with the plan of operations, you know, we like to operate. We like to operate fast, and unfortunately, that we kind of get held back just because of all the processes that are put in place, you know, on Navajo. It takes almost 6 to 8 months to get somebody hired, and then it takes another year to get them through an academy and through FTO, and it just takes too long, you know. And so we hear the pleas from our community, and we're trying to figure out ways to get people on the road. So speaking of, you know, the staffing issues, I understand, you know, a lot of people have these ideas of bringing an officer to a chapter, you know, they're going to provide a house and this, but the thing that I look at is, and I hope I explain this correctly, is if I put one officer in a remote chapter district and leave that officer out there and that officer gets hurt, you know, then I'm going to have to answer for that. You know, we're creating this unsafe environment, and, you know, but here on Navajo, that whole concept is just difficult to try to overcome. And, you know, these are the things that, you know, that keep my mind occupied when I'm here at work and when I'm not here at work. And every time that phone rings, I dread what the phone call is going to be. But we're looking at ways to try to get people onboarded quicker. And we don't want to lower standards, because really for this academy here, what I can tell you is there was some holdover from the last academy. And then during the time of COVID, we had 280 applicants for this academy. We started the academy with 32. We lost a lot of candidates because of background. And, you know, so now our academy, we're down to 12. So that is our struggle now, is finding people who are suitable for the positions. And really, I mean, if we lowered our standards, yeah, we would have a full academy this go round and probably the next go round, but we're going to pay for it down the road. And that's why I think it's very helpful that we have our own background investigation crew. So again, with this plan of operations, you know, as we develop these sections within the department, we need to make sure that we have adequate supervision. And we want to create all these different departments. We want to give our employees opportunities that I had coming up in the police department in Farmington, and we're just not quite there yet. So whenever we do, like right now, whenever we do create a unit, just like the PACE unit, the drug unit, we have to take those officers from other districts to fill that unit. So it's just, I've used this metaphor over several times. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. And, you know, this unit that we have, they've been doing a really good job. So our main focus is getting our academies filled, getting people on the road. And we do have, hopefully I'll be able to travel to Artesia on Monday to sit down with the acting director of IPA, you know, because now we're interested in starting a corrections department, because we want to help our DPS partners. You know, they have to sit and wait for spots to open up at various academies. If we can create that here, it'll be just like our police department. We can fill it up with our people to do the job here in our communities. So I think it's just really important, you know, that this plan of operation pass so that we can create those efficiencies, like I mentioned, and keep us moving forward. Because, you know, like we talk about in all our command meetings, that too much is at stake, and there's a lot of people counting on us, and we don't take that lightly. So that's all I really wanted to add to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Noon. So, does that complete your response? Odoso? Okay.
Okay, someone muted me, but back to issue of the questions. The Chief of Police, so pertaining to what the changes are going to happen in the plan of operation, and that's what the Chief of Police has expanded on, and those are to the the inserted language with the understrike, underline, so pertaining to the standards, to the training, to the administration, and one that really catches my eyes is that a lot of these plan of operation in the organizational chart, for instance, changes to the organizational structure based off of needs. So AAD this will authorize the Chief of Police to make those changes if needed, if something is really critical that's needed and as an emergency base, and they can go ahead and change those things. A lot of the services are based off of what are the amendments in this policy. So I'll hold on for now.
Caroline, for your response. Back to your Budget and Finance Committee. And any further questions, comments regarding this legislation?
Chair Henios, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and the Budget Finance Committee members, and sponsor of this legislation, Shanella, for having your agents speak on behalf of the legislation that you have in front of us. My question goes to the Chief of Police. We talked about the academy, which is good, and now that they're the Deputy Chief also said that their graduates are becoming federally recognized as federal officers within the Indian Police Academy curriculum. That's good. What I'm getting at is we have other law enforcement officers within the Navajo Nation. Could you allow them to attend training so that they can also receive? Laws are always changing. When I was with Navajo Nation Rangers, we worked closely with Navajo Police Department, and they would open up a block for Rangers to come in, and they would have that training out in Toye, and we would be enlightened on new laws, new cases, anything that's happening with the U.S. Supreme Court on cases that would affect the Navajo Nation, our Indian nations as a whole, and that was beneficial to know, and also proficiency such as firearms and lethal and non-lethal force, and even working with the K9 just to understand what the drug unit is doing and how to coordinate with them and how to provide information to the law enforcement on behalf of any criminal activities or anything that's happening, and then turn it over to the CI or either to Navajo Police on behalf of their investigation. I'm glad that you're going down to Artesia to look at the corrections, because we do have big facilities that are within the western and Kayenta and also in Crown Point area, and that's good to look into that. The other question I have is I know that when Navajo Police first started recruiting, they had the training academy right there in Winter Rock, and they also had their own personnel department. They were hiring and they were doing their own, I guess, like personnel to ask for all the credentials and go through the way that police officers are required to fill out an application and fill out all the forms that is necessary to request to become a police recruit and go to the academy. They used to have that at the Winter Rock office. And lastly, before I close, I was at the office over there Monday, and I'm looking at the building, and we just funded. We're processing funds for the judicial part of the Kayenta, and I'm sure that number one is either Shiprock or Winter Rock. They might be one or two, but looking at the building, I was thinking we need to really help Navajo Police. We really need to get them funded with get them a new headquarters. Maybe a little bit bigger than that, maybe not as grandiose as 95 million, but something to start out with, and then we can add on to it if we need to, something that would be sufficient for dispatch records, your headquarters personnel, sergeant's office, lieutenant's office, and a conference room, and things of that nature, and even something to that effect to have that going. I'm really wanting to see that happen because that building is falling apart, and you can see the rebar exposed, and you can see the wear and tear on that. I heard that there's cracks in the building where you can see the sun coming in the morning. So, Chief, please, and I don't know if Mr. Delmar is listening on board. Could we get a proposal, or could we get something going to get something, look for funding to get this building completed? Because I'd really like to help in that aspect of getting law enforcement a new building, and it can be done. It can be done. I just want to say that. Thank you, Ashanella, for this legislation. I support it, and I support the efforts of law enforcement. I know it's a very dangerous job, and you don't know from any moment what would take place or what your assignment's going to be, whether it's going to be responded to someone that needs help, or someone that's in danger, or protecting somebody, or investigating something that could have been prevented, and being on the road and slowing down traffic, and keeping folks from getting in harm's way. And it is a job that's we hardly hear it. Maybe we do hear it, but I want to just say thank you, and I appreciate your job out there. And and that goes to the lady officers too, not only the men officers, even the corrections, and those that are front line, and those that are providing services out there on a 24-hour basis. And you're called anytime, whether you're thinking you're going to be off that afternoon, or you're going to be off that morning, or you're going to be off that weekend. You can be called at any time. So I support this legislation. Thank you, Shinanta.
Okay, Oroso, response?
Yes, I'm going to turn that over to my agent, Mr. Silversmith. You have the floor.
Yeah, Adi, Tide, Naide Kidishi, you see, Kude, from Kabata Nishigi, Kun Hisala, that Kaido, Nende Kinda, Chada Hasta, Kinda Hato, Ninidan, they look at you, the store, old Katla, Chena, no other, either. La ba altra aden dot as nini sto ade sto ato jodan il internet ade sto wat ato lisa no sto ade den da hat ato kode certification atskun da nini da ata atskun band has neto benash da han ni le kodo ato kode yego ye hato zhigishe kuch nihis labnen ta elanje das da ishi isi ye hat zito de
Chair Hinio, are you still on the call?
Peggy, this is Odo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I think we lost Chair Hinio.
Okay. I think we lost Silversmith also. And I'm going to expand on the police headquarters that Honorable Smith talked about. The current headquarters in Window Rock is on the federal replacement list, and Department of and Window Rock is on the replacement list. And in the we just have to wait in time pertaining to the facility here in Window Rock. But again, the facility in Window Rock is in a shape that is very, very dilapidated. And the building is crumbling. And that's the reason why the judicial branch was ordered to move out, was due to the fact that the courts were on the top floor at the current facility in Window Rock, but they were ordered to move out. But today, the lower floor is still occupied by the police department. So we really need to. We did make a couple of trips to Washington pertaining to that matter, to see if we could try to get BIA to move on that replacement list. If Chief Noon's on the call, maybe he can expand on what Silversmith was talking about. Thank you, Silversmith, or Mr. Chief Noon.
Yeah, this is Chief. So I may repeat some of the things that the Deputy Chief talked about, but just going backwards, for Vice Chair Smith, I do, on behalf of the men and women of the agency, of the police department, I do thank you for your support and your kind words. I often, tell people from where I came from, the Farmington area, that these are probably the most courageous men and women I've ever had the pleasure of working with. So we appreciate the support. As far as the academy goes, and your mention of the personnel department, we do have a setup like that. With our own background unit, and we have 2 people operating as our human resources department. So it's helped a lot, but there's things that we can do to make it quicker and more responsive to our needs. And those are the things that we're working with DPM to get through. And lastly, I apologize when I was talking about the academy. I didn't mean for it to sound like it was exclusive for just PD. We have been talking about, I think there's a couple of applicants with Game and Fish that may either go through the academy, the entire academy, or those that are commissioned already. We've created we call it a shake and bake. It's a certification by waiver. We're going to create that we want to be push lateral hires. And so it is open to all of DPS. We do support the efforts to partner with Division of Natural Resources, because it would be a big help. Unfortunately, the discussion now is out of our hands and is being discussed with our NDOJ and the DNR's attorney. But we support it. We're looking forward to the partnerships, and we've been invited down to Ruidoso, I believe it was, to present a policing in Indian country training to a law enforcement. It's a law enforcement association out of Texas. So we're working with John Mountjoy from Fish and Wildlife to try to get that coordinated. So we are working with each other, and we're looking to expand, what we can do. Like I said, our big focus is, not just on ourselves. It's all of our partners in DPS, and trying to figure out ways that we can be better. And so I hope that that covers everything you had on your mind, sir. Thank you.
With that response, thank you. With that, Chairman, Vice Chair, Bill Yoda Associate, does that complete your response?
Don't get yellow here. I want to say a few words to the chairman.
Che, don't get Odoso.
Coffee blanc.
I was on mute. So there's one area that I want to expand on is the DPM issue. Right now, the hiring process is really done through Navajo Nation DPM.
Otto, we can't hear you.
Don't get Odoso.
Do you hear me?
Do
you hear me? Okay. I was on mute. I'm sorry. So I wanted to expand on the DPM issue. We want to give the DPM authority to public safety. DPM, paperwork needs to be processed through that program, that tribal program. And even it will delay some of the hiring process. We want to give public safety their own authorities for for their personnel management so that they can do their hiring on their own. Because a lot of the time DPM, the process is slow through DPM. And if we give that authority to public safety themselves, they can speed up the process to do the hiring, do the recruitment, and so forth on officers and the civilian staff. So that legislation should be coming soon. So we'll go on mute.
Vice Chair Delegate Odo. So back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon. Chairman, Share Kuro, said no, only I share Kodomus syllabus, he cover a lot pertaining to the police department, other than the hiring though. I don't share all this, so thank you very much, Odo. They don't take the team about it, not sending it a year ago. They say the whole year court said that opinion. It's a crime alone. Let's just team about it, rough up with Cardiff Valley. I didn't know. When they call for policemen for emergency, policemen don't even come around. They either come around until the next day. I don't it's just emergency. It comes around like that. One policeman, they're scared to do arrest. I done it to him. She killed. The next she died with the snow. Meth, yeah, not I could have shown that. I saw policemen is about to do that. Even enough for your information to those. You're on the line there, put you on the spot now. Understand our situations in Black Mesa. Pinion is our court there, there's a small court there. But ours is going on at the tension. I don't know where we're at. 5 years ago, trying to get a Pinion Judicial Complex building. At them today, we are not in the top 5. We're the top under 7. We're not even the top 6. Pinion, which is a cheap one. I think I see you now. Or politics on that. The history is shorter. Windrows and shipwrecks are number 1 and 2. Today we talk about a Chienta. Chienta will get a new detention police. An administration judicial class. I've been assistant there for 28 years as the national director. Even assistant Chienta court building. Even in hotel Chicago, because it Black Mesa non. I thought in Carter, the souls, Black Mesa. Yeah, never now that. I don't think that's how legal in the whole team. When they hire policemen, quite local, they hire in the there's a conflict. The relatives to arrested in the non. So economic, I don't know, we need police headquarters over there. Policemen, people running with the we need that one too. Economic, out of judge, the quarter, non, but then now we judge the other non, the story, people running. It's the all court, even then they put up the detention, the judicial administration, I don't know. Just people running by and the same way for prosecutors. Prosecutor, but running none of them, they'll come around. They just do a case dismiss over and that over to study the defender who don't get in trouble. It has asked so or they run or Otto, thank you very much for bringing everything up to date. I support this legislation. Mr. Honorable Raymond Smith, for your input. I see you, don't forget about us opinion. I'm very politely to request to you as a I haven't gone to the meeting at this law and order committee. I need to priorities came the unit. I support this legislation. Chairman, I'm ready to vote now. Let's move on to take care of this business legislation.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With this Budget Finance Committee, are there any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henry, this is Delegate Kingley.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair So, for sponsoring this legislation and doing the work to help our police department modernize, and hopefully this can speed up some of these internal processes. Hearing what some of the concerns, Vice Chair So, if we could get the assistance of the Law and Order Committee and start developing either legislative concerns or conditions of appropriations so that we can at least assist with the hiring of law enforcement officers and see if there's potential, if they could, since it's a specialized field, that they may receive that authority to do that on their own. Let me know your thoughts on that. Thank you, Chair.
For your questions, and I request Senator Delegate Odoso.
Yes, Ashwadi, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Yes, absolutely, Madam Chair. I think developing and working with police department directly, the public safety, the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety, creating these condition of appropriations and also even legislative concerns is very, very instrumental, because it brings out a lot of the concerns that are that needs to be changed internally. And at times, some internal policy may not be changed because of the need of or the requirement of holding a commission card, and it affects the courts. For instance, there's one example where an officer did a stop, and it was a stop that was pertaining to DUI. And during prosecution, the judge or what was pointed out was that that officer had a prior DUI also, and that measure was used against the nation in the courts, and and it really allows their testimony to be to have a lot of concern on prosecution. So a lot of those things really needs to be hammered out with these concerns, such as legislative concerns. The other is the hiring process. The Department of Public Safety has brought this issue to us numerous times, and we brought personnel in to actually try to address this issue, but these same concerns are still going on today. So I think the best thing to do is develop legislation that could allow public safety to do their own hiring in their own vetting process, and that would speed up a lot of the process instead of having it funnel through the Navajo Nation Department of Personnel Management because of their process. And at times when the person is going to be hired, the person is trying to wait for a call to go to work for public safety, and they can't wait that long, and they may get another call from elsewhere, and then they go. So, and then the other is, the deep vetting of applicants. Some applicants already have prior DUIs or prior domestic violence charge against them, and it really affects their integrity if they do an arrest in the future and they have a domestic violence charge. That issue may be utilized against them, and their testimony may be compromised. So absolutely, that could be done, and we are having a discussion pertaining to legislation to give personnel management authority directly to public safety, so they could carry that responsibility out. And I believe they are developing their plan of or their policy and procedure pertaining to that matter. So I'll hold on for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Shananta, Delegate Odoso, with that, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee, are there any further questions, comments regarding this legislation?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shananta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. If our staff can keep that as a follow-up so that we could support that development of personnel management for public safety. I can recall in the Ben Shelley administration, there were certain executive departments that were identified, and I believe they were given some type of authority to start hiring, and I'm not exactly sure where we're at, so we may need the help of the HES oversight staff to pull up those documents. But Chair, my last area that I wanted to bring up for the committee is in terms of this internal process that law enforcement is dealing with when it comes to the detention centers closed. There's this email going back and forth regarding modular buildings that were funding was secured, but it's in this internal red tape. And so Budget and Finance, we have oversight over the Office of the Controller and Office of Management and Budget. I'd like to ask Vice Chair So if he has any information on how this committee with oversight to those entities can assist so that we can get those modulars or to help with the detention issue. Thank you, Chairman Henyo.
Thank you for that. Peggy, did you capture all of the information? Ramona, are you there?
Yes, Chairman Henyo, I'm here.
Okay, did you get all the information recorded?
Yes, the information is recorded, Chairman.
So with that, then maybe you and Peggy could do a follow up on that request after listening to the recording again. With that, defer back to Shananta. Delegate Odoso.
Yes, yeah. And then relating to the modulars, there was one conversation that was going on pertaining to the modular building that the Navajo Census Office had, and that census drive, the U.S. Census, and police, the Navajo Public Safety was gonna try to take over those buildings, and I believe the internal process, the red tape, really hurt the public safety to acquire those trailers, and the vendors took the trailers back. And then also there was also discussions pertaining to purchasing some modulars in the event that public safety in Window Rock is ordered to move out due to that building may be condemned. So they do have that in their plan, and I would like to have a further discussion pertaining to that matter, because yes, you guys have oversight over certain programs, and those programs at times really don't want to work with other programs, and I don't know why. But we know, we fund them in the comprehensive budget to address the needs of the Navajo people, and these issues pertaining to that is based off of the need, and whether it's holding up procurement, these programs shouldn't be in the way to try to delay certain procurement. So in the meantime, what I would recommend, Shananta, is that we get all the information together from public safety, and we could have a meeting just geared to this. That way, the public safety department can allow and testify on where the hiccup is at, and what barriers they're running into, because it has to go through the 164 process, and a tribal division may hold up something, and it just sits there on their desk without but that's what I would recommend, Shananta. And if Chief Noon's on there, you probably know that what we're talking about. And if we could gather this information and have a joint meeting pertaining to this matter, I think we can shed light to this, open the doors, and try to put down the barriers that exist there that always comes before you guys. So and I thank Honorable Crotty for making that suggestion, and I am forward to look at any discussion pertaining to that matter to move forward procurements a lot faster for public safety, because basically it's for the need of the Navajo people in general. So
Shananta, for that response. Do we have any further questions, comments, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee? Tonight, I call for the question to accept the legislation 0089-22. There are no further questions or comments. Tanita, for that, Ramona, if you at least roll call vote.
Chair Chairman Hinga, roll call vote for legislation number 0089-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation 0089-22 receives a pass. Back head on, Che. Delegate Odoso.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for and that Budget and Finance Committee members. We thank you from Public Safety and the Law and Order Committee.
So, Budget and Finance Committee, that takes care of our new business items, all of our action items. So going back up to the on the agenda, we have 2 more reports. Under 5A, report from the Office of the Naval Office of the Controller. Ms. Controller Elizabeth Begay, are you on the line? Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay.
Chair Hinio, it's Gerald Shirley.
Peggy, I couldn't hear you. There's so much background music. Peggy?
Chair, it's Gerald Shirley.
He would be providing the report?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Shirley.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here. I was just out of the office. Sorry about that.
Christina, if you would provide the report for the Office of the Controller, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and use the same format that Madam Controller used last week to basically talking about, the checks that were dispersed against the budget and the concerns. So I'm just going to basically provide updated numbers. So as last week, the budget amount was 345,000 checks totaling 557 million. So checks dispersed as of yesterday or last week was 307,160, totaling 510,977,000. And the remaining amount to be dispersed is 37,840, which comes out to $46 million and $22,400. So that's the amount I guess that's an update on what she had provided last week. So she also stated concerns basically concerning the ARPA and the CARES. So I'll go ahead and just jump straight to ARPA. I did provide a Word document that talks about the CARES, but I know everyone's just more concerned about what's going on with ARPA. So right now with ARPA, we have 9,347 return checks as of yesterday. As of today, actually, we did an update earlier this afternoon. So that's all I have right now. Just an update basically of what she provided last week. And if you have any other further questions, I can answer those in regards to the technical drivers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley, for that brief report. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Shinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So we do have a motion by Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, and Shinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, Shinanta, Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for Mr. Shirley?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Delegate Shinanta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the report, Mr. Shirley. I apologize. I didn't get your title, but so I did receive the written report. I appreciate that information. What I'd like to receive an understanding, it's been a week. Can you provide what improvements have been made within this last week to improve the customer service with the amount of calls and in terms of looking at really the planning aspect of what happened at Crown Point and how the Office of the Controller is planning and building up and scaling up your capacity to meet the needs of our Navajo people when it comes to hardship and other areas of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Thank you for that question. Back to you, the presenter, Mr. Shirley.
Okay, thank you for that question. Well, I guess if you talk about improvements, one of the things that's making things more challenging, I guess you would say, is that the return checks is becoming a big issue. That's one of the things that's paramount right now. Our concern, that we've also indicated to a lot of other people, is the fact that these return checks that we have basically have time periods, right? 90 days validation. So our concern right now is to distribute those checks to the people that it should have gone to originally. And so that's why we indicated we're having these technical drives. We're the ones who determined that, hey, this is a big issue. Let's do a technical drive. And that's why we started off at Tuba City, Chinle, and Crown Point. And this week, we're going to have Shiprock. And we're also hoping to return to Phoenix as well, because we had the largest amounts of return checks are coming from the Phoenix area. Shiprock is roughly 800. So obviously, when we have these technical drives, the one thing that's very important, it's difficult to address, is the logistical issues, like with the crowds. We anticipated large crowds, and our challenge is to find venues that can accommodate those crowds, especially concerning the weather, and also taking into consideration the elderly and disabled. Knowing Crown Point, there's a very limited facilities there. We originally were supposed to have it at a chapter house, but we moved it at the last minute to NTU. But fortunately, with NTU's help, Dr. Colleen Bowman and her students, they were able to help out with the water distribution, and the NTU staffing there at the gym were able to accommodate us and help us meet the needs of the Navajo people there. So I guess, when you have large crowds like that, you're always going to have challenges. Not everyone's going to be happy, but I think we did our best. We even shut down the Windrock Center and moved to Crown Point. We took all the checks there, and that didn't make a lot of people happy. That was a last minute call. Shiprock, we've been working with the Shiprock chapter as well. And we've been working with them since last week, trying to figure out the logistical issues with that. Shiprock is bringing in, recruiting people locally, volunteers. Dr. Colleen Bowman's also indicated her willingness to provide additional support with her students. So that's what we're doing right now, working out the logistical issues on that. And there's always going to be challenges, and we still try to do the best that we can to meet those, especially when it comes to the elderly and disabled. And again, with the checks too, again, like I said, Shiprock has roughly 800 return checks, and we're doing our best to get those distributed back to them. One of the challenges that we had is that we were limited in how we could communicate the return checks. The Department of Justice indicated that we couldn't publicize the names at all publicly, and that's not what we were trying to do. But we worked out an alternative though. So we're trying to work with the chapters so that we can provide a list of names for the individuals that whose checks were returned back to OOC. So that's what we're going to do. We did that with Crown Point. We didn't have very many people show up. We're doing the same thing with Shiprock. Shiprock now has a list, and they're basically going to go through the lines and try to pull out those people whose checks are there with us. And we're also going to pull out people who are just applying or submitting a change of address. So that way we don't have people standing in line for long hours. And again, we also have a separate line for the elderly and disabled there. Now, given all these challenges, I know that one thing that's been common and a lot of people are talking about is not returning phone calls. And I think one of the things I indicated the last time I presented to NABI and also to the BNF committee is that the large amount of calls that we get at any one time, even if we had our current staff of 20 people answering the phone calls, we're still not going to get to all of them. And that's just, it's just plain simple math. We're not going to get to all of them. And that doesn't include the emails that we get as well through the website. And that's something that we're trying to do to address that. So you're asking about how we're hoping to address these challenges. We're trying to hire more people to accommodate that. But like I said again, our issues and challenges are changing as we go along. Like right now, for me and the staff, what's paramount are all these checks that we have that have been returned. And at the same time, we still have people submitting applications as well too. So, but we are doing the best that we can right now too. Thank you.
Again, for that response, back to the committee, to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Cardi.
Do you have the floor for a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Shirley, thank you for your response. I just want to recognize that you may in fact be doing the best. but there has to be at some point a leadership decision, uh, like as acting controller Elizabeth Begay or the office of the president, to provide enough resources and support for your team to do their job. So I am just going to continue to stress that leadership needs to provide solutions, and it can't be on the back of staff. They're understaffed, they're underpaid, and they're under-resourced. This council allocated billions of dollars so that they could meet the needs of this funding. And Chairman Henyo, I don't know how much more this committee, well, I know there's committee members who think it's going well and it's fine, so I'll just say that I don't know what more I could say for leadership to provide the support that the hardship staff needs so that they can execute. I'm just thinking about how many executive personnel were out there when there was food distribution, and I don't understand why the hardship program is not receiving that same type of support or the onboarding of additional staffers just to make sure that we help them complete their goal. So thank you, Chairman Henyo, and committee members. Thank you, Mr. Shirley, for your report. And my hope is that you get the support that you need to do your job. Thank you.
Can you mute your phone, please? Oh, please mute your phone. Rally. Okay, with this, back to the
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhead.
Delegate Yellowhead, are you holding a rally? I hear a lot of background music.
I know there's a disturbance. Could you have your state house here? My wife. Could I thought you want to the disturbance? How to talk this without the deal. Oh, the chair is the chairman. So thank you, Gerald. Bring the thing to a funding related to American Rescue Plan Act. Yeah, for the financial report. I just want to ask, I know you don't work with him, Mr. Ron Duncan. I just wondered if Ron Duncan is on the line. When is Ron Duncan will be going down to Phoenix again? Because there's some people that they ask that they live in Phoenix. They wanted to see CRP come down to Phoenix again so they can update their address and change to CRP. Just wonder if Ron going down there anytime again with his employees. Although I want to say thank you very much, Shumaya, for your request and concerns about American Rescue Plan. I want to say thank you, Gerald. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. I'll cut it all.
Mr. Chair, Ron Duncan here.
Back to the presenter, Mr. Shirley, and also to provide some response.
Mr. Chair, hi. Good evening. Ron Duncan here from Vital Records.
Mr. Duncan, I called out Mr. Shirley, provide a response, and then look upon you, George.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. The volume is really low on that, Mr. Henyo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to defer back to my speaker for I'm on my car audio, so I forgot. I'm sorry, Mr. Shirley, if you would provide a response, and then after that, then we can hear from Mr. Duncan. So thank you, Mr. Shirley. You have the floor.
Okay, let me go ahead and respond to Amber Crotty as well too, and I'll respond to Jimmy Yellowhair on that. Thank you for the question too as well, Ms. Crotty. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the resources are definitely something that we need to address, and I've been speaking with my staff, and I think we're at a period where I've spoken about we need to regroup and reevaluate where we are at right now. And I think I definitely agree we need more resources. But I think one of the things we're trying to plan out is how to apply for those resources, right? We don't want to just throw dollars where they're not needed. So like I said, one of the growing concerns that I have is just the return checks, and not to deprioritize those people calling in. But I think those are some of the things, like I said, we want to regroup, look at what we have, and then ask for more resources as well. Also with Jimmy Yellowhair, yeah, you asked the question about going down to Phoenix. I think that was related to Ron, but it's also related to us. We have a tentative plan to go back down to Phoenix on the week of the 16th through the 19th, and we're going to hopefully make it a 3-day event. Because I know, like I said, I had indicated earlier, we have over 2,200 checks for Phoenix. One of the things we're also trying to do is we're trying to put a person down in Phoenix at the Phoenix Indian Center. I've spoken with the Phoenix Indian Center, and they're willing to work with us and make office space available. And we're looking at possibly 2 people there. And again, it would be much easier if we could give a list to the Phoenix Indian Center, but because of the DOJ guidelines, we need to have someone from our office there so that we can have a list, so that the Phoenix residents can go and inquire about a return check. And depending on the situation, if I feel like the environment has an atmosphere where there's controlled access, then we would also transport the checks that we have for the Phoenix area there at the Phoenix office as well. So we haven't heard anything back in terms of what's happening with the visit down to Phoenix, though. We're still waiting. I think if I didn't mention it, the tentative location is the Talking Sticks Resorts, simply because a lot of the other venues around the area in the Phoenix Valley, they're all booked. And so the only location we had is the Talking Sticks Resort. And we do need a large amount of space, and we're asking for roughly 6,000 square feet. And Vital Records will be down there as well. And also the Navajo Housing Authority will be down there as well, because the Navajo Housing Authority also is basically providing rental assistance. So that's something that's fairly new to a lot of people, and it's quite popular with a lot of people who've encountered it at Denver and also in Albuquerque. Thank you. I hope I've answered everyone's questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shirley, for providing that response. Mr. Duncan?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee. Yes, our plans are to have staff go down to Phoenix. And again, Mr. Shirley did mention it, that it's tentative until we get confirmation on the venue. And as Mr. Shirley had mentioned, we're looking at something large, partly due because it's going to be hot in Phoenix and we don't want people to be waiting outside. So that's the plan, and Vital Records is planning on being there. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan, for that response and being on the call with us this late. So thank you. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments?
Chairman, so this is Delegate Yellowhair again.
Chantal, you have the floor.
This is going to be to Ron Duncan. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Duncan. I'd like to send you an email to you. There was one gentleman that I asked for help, and he came in his CIP. I turned into acting controller's office. I found out that there was one person that was trying to help. We are sharing with another CIP. I'd like to send this email to you, Mr. Duncan, when I get home. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Duncan and Mr. Gerald Shirley. Yeah, this way we can push all these work together so we can decrease these outstanding checks are still to here. And a lot of them, our people still need to get help to get paid too. And thank you. I want to say thanks to my Mr. McCarty for your concerns. Work together for our people is very great. I just want to, that's all from me for Mr. Duncan and also Gerald and my colleagues being the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Neal here. With that, back to the committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm having a hard time hearing Delegate Yellow here. So if I'm asking the same question, I do apologize. I just needed thank you, Mr. Duncan, for the update that you'll be there to support. I'm not clear. Has the Vital Statistics Office received additional funding to help scale up and modernize your system with this ARPA administration dollars? Thank you, Chairman. That is my question.
Michaela, thank you for that question. Mr. Duncan.
Yes, we actually we still have these from previous years that we're spending down. We're actually sorting through first and first out, and once that goes through, that should make available for funds for our operation. But the large scale effort that needs to modernize our equipment and things like that, you know, it will take it. I think we do have the funds. We may need additional funds, but it's really the work is the devil's in the details in terms of what really needs to happen with our enrollment database. Now, in working with the Controller's Office with hardship and of course the CARES Act funding and we've come to realize there's something that really needs to happen with our database to make it a lot easier for people to ask for their CIBs, to enroll their children. Eventually, we want to take all this online, okay? Because it just needs to happen, okay? But first things first, we just need to settle on the data, and working to update their database so they capture the most recent information, the most recent enrollments that we have done, okay? Because I know that that information isn't all there, and that needs to happen. In fact, that might help with what Mr. Delegate Yellowhair had brought up regarding duplicates or shared information. I know that when we had worked with the previous consultant, that was then, and we're trying to clarify what happened then. But if we can do an update to the information that the hardship staff are looking at, that certainly would help them with their process. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan, for that response. Back to the committee, Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, I'll call for the question to accept the report. So with that, Ramona, if you would lead us on a roll call vote to accept the report.
Sure, Chairman Henio, roll call vote on the accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Yes, Isha, Delegate Amber Kineswa Crotty, and I'll vote red. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members
I'll vote
voting
red.
in the... I'm sorry, Elmer P. Begay votes red. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative and 2 members opposing. Chairman and Chairman not voting.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for that roll call vote. Accepting the report, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. So that, can I allow Mr. Shirley and Mr. Duncan for being on the call with us this late. Thank you. Shananda, next item on the agenda is a report with the Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Dominic Bial. Mr. Bial, are you on the line?
Mr. Chair, this is Nanette Francisco. I'll be speaking
Hello.
in place of Dominic.
Good evening, Ms. Francisco. Thank you for being on the call this late. With that, you have the floor to go over item B on the agenda.
Okay, BNF members, this is an update on the budget process. We're at we'll be using the same memo that was provided last week. The activities, we're still behind. We haven't received all the information for the budget instruction manual. We're about 90%. We have May 6th as the date to complete the BIM. And then after that, we're gonna have it ready by May 11th to be dropped for the 5-day review process. And then hopefully have it ready for May 17th for the next BNF meeting for BNF to approve the budget instruction manual. And that's just what I have for today. If you have any questions, thank you.
Yeah, allow Ms. Francisco for the report. Budget and Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Begay, make a motion.
Commissioner Nanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Delegate Amber Kineswa-Crotty. With that, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. So with that, any questions, comments regarding the report from OMB? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. That, Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote to accept the report.
Sure, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yell here, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yell here votes green. Honorable Amber Kineswa-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kineswa-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kineswa-Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, Ms. Francisco for providing that report. So now moving forward, we have old business, there's none. And then now back to the end of the agenda, close of sessions, written announcements. I don't have any written announcements. With that, is there a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Okay. Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Motion to adjourn and second. So with that, any the party comments, questions? To know, yeah. Motion to adjourn. Roll call vote. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman Henry, roll call vote for motion to adjourn. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barkrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barkrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barkrati, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Motion to adjourn. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We hereby adjourned at 6:32 p.m. The Budget and Finance Committee and everybody that's been on the call with us this late. Thank you and have a safe evening, Kodo.